Roosevelt, we would appreciate you texting Kelly for us. That would be great. Thank you.
Are you next to me?
I am. Let the fun begin.
You're starting candy already?
I don't have much of a day tonight.
That's like having your first beer at 9 a.m.
I know.
It's
I
not a
can't
good
have
sign.
one here. That's
Oh, you got Rice Krispie treats.
two of them.
I didn't see what dessert was. What was it? Did I miss it? Was it some sort of pudding thing, maybe? Now I'm curious to go run back. How do you like it?
I love it. It's
Give me
picking up
another
dirt a little bit.
Yeah, so
though,
it gets
isn't
dirty because if you throw it in there, it does pick
But I
up.
found people love or hate it. The texture. Two people are like, oh, and 3 other people are like, I love it. So.
You know what's going to happen is like 1,000 years from now, some archaeologist is going to dig this up and go, who the hell was Tara? They're everywhere.
They're not everywhere.
They
I
are
only got
everywhere.
250 of them. They can't be.
They seem like they're everywhere.
Because they're orange, so they stick out, or as I would say,
Orange.
orange.
That's
Orange.
why
They're orange.
one of my coworkers
Orange.
wants one.
All right, well,
Orange.
then,
Great. I'll give it to him. I like it.
Did you like my Brooklyn comment today?
I did. I did like it. Here, just make sure you keep it, I keep it in a plastic bag so it doesn't get dirty.
But here I do. Okay, thank you.
It's my internet.
Have a plastic bag.
I did learn that it gets dirty.
There you go. Yeah. It is what it is.
It should be the worst thing that happens
Meant
to
to
me.
be used being dirty. It's Tara.
The orange picks up dirt. What do you think this is about? Is it
I don't know. I looked up. No, I don't think so. I looked up a lot of these people. They've never written these people. I don't recognize them.
Man.
Oh, is it? Okay. Well, maybe it would be good.
I feel like I'm not well positioned.
What? You're very lonely over here. Huh?
It's 6.
Is Teresa
Are you?
She's virtual.
Oh,
She's
she-
at a conference.
Did you want some company? I'm happy to.
Yeah,
Huh?
we'll kinda
What would
come over.
happen
Or
if
you
I
come
went
over
over
here.
there?
Staff is coming.
This is where the cool kids sit.
Right?
It's almost 6 o'clock. That is fast. Do we have, is this on? It seems to be on. Do we have Channel 8 ready for
Is
us?
this mine?
Channel 8 is ready, sir.
Excellent. All right, it is 6 o'clock, so if we could start recording, please.
You want me to move over to you? I'm gonna be right in between.
I like it. It should spread out.
Okay. Okay, everybody. It's 6 o'clock. It's time for this week's presentation of the Boulder City Council. Welcome, everyone, to the Thursday, October 5th, 2023 meeting of the Boulder City Council. We're going to kick it off with an announcement. This is about the Better Public Meetings Project. So the City of Boulder is partnering with the National Civic League on a nationwide effort to make council meetings more engaging and satisfying for everyone who participates. As part of this effort, we want to hear about your experiences with our meetings, including this one. We invite community members who are either in person or online for council meetings starting tonight and running through our December 7th meeting to rate your experience. We have an online scorecard that takes about 2 minutes to fill out. The link to it is on the screen right now. And for the online audience, we're putting a link and QR code into the chat. You may complete the scorecard once for each time you participate in a council meeting over the next 3 months. And our bonuses are going to be based on these ratings. So if you could be kind to us, I'd appreciate it. That's a joke. We don't get bonuses. And with that, if we could, I will go ahead and call the meeting to order. And if we could do the roll call, please.
All right, thank you, sir, and good evening, everyone. We'll start tonight's roll call as usual with Councilmember Benjamin,
Present virtually.
Mayor Brockett,
Present.
Councilmember Folkerts,
Present.
Friend,
Here.
Joseph,
Here.
Spear,
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Wallet,
Present virtually.
Councilmember Weiner,
Present.
and Yates.
Right here.
Mayor, we have our quorum.
Thanks so much, Alicia. And so I'm going to kick it off with a motion to amend the agenda. So I move that we amend the agenda to add 2 items. Item 1B, a National Domestic Violence Month declaration to be presented by Mayor Brockett. And item 8A, a nod of 5 for safe outdoor spaces.
So moved.
Second.
We got a motion and a second. All in favor, raise your hand. Okay, that's unanimous. So the agenda has been amended. And so our first item is Indigenous Peoples Day declaration to be presented by Council Member Weiner.
Indigenous Peoples Day Declaration, October 9th, 2023. With Indigenous Peoples Days coming on Monday, October 9th, the Boulder City Council wants to recognize the importance of the Indigenous Peoples Day resolution in our community. In 2016, the Human Rights Commission and community members drafted the Indigenous Peoples Day resolution, resolution number 1190, which was presented at the August 2nd, 2016 Boulder City Council meeting and adopted by the City of Boulder. Their collective and collaborative work in 2016 set a crucial foundation for the City of Boulder to reckon honestly with its past and for how we can honor, serve, and celebrate Indigenous nations and Indigenous communities and Indigenous organizations in Boulder. The Boulder City Council believes it is critical to underscore key acknowledgments in the resolution. Along with additional information we have learned implementing the resolution, which continues to guide the city in Indigenous-related work. Indigenous people in Boulder respect the interdependence of all humanity and living things and celebrate a vast and rich tradition through ancestral recognition and diversity of knowledge and perspectives, including sustainable practices. Indigenous people in Boulder have, as in all parts of the Americas, endured centuries of cruelty, exploitation, and genocide. Boulder has benefited and continues to benefit directly from Indian removal policies that violated human rights, broke government treaties, and forced many people from their homeland. For example, in 1858, Arapaho Chief Niwot and other Arapaho peoples told a party of gold seekers camped in what is now known as Boulder they could not remain on indigenous land as defined by the 1851 Treaty of Fort Laramie. However, those men stayed. After gold was found west of Boulder in January 1859, many of those same gold seekers helped found the Boulder Town Company on February 10, 1859, in violation of the 1851 Treaty of Fort Laramie. In August of 1864, nearly 100 Boulder County residents mobilized into Company D of the 3rd Colorado Cavalry of U.S. volunteers at Fort Chambers. This company of 100 men trained at the fort before participating in the Sand Creek Massacre on November 29, 1864, from which the Boulder troops enjoyed a hero's welcome upon their return. Among those killed in the massacre were women, children, elders, and chiefs, including Chief Niwot and Cheyenne Chief White Antelope. Today, Boulder is honored to be home of several prominent Native organizations, including the Native American Rights Fund, founded in 1970, which is the largest nonprofit law firm dedicated to asserting and defending the rights of Indian tribes, organizations, and individuals nationwide. The resolution also states the city acknowledges that those now living on these ancestral lands recognize that harm was done and acknowledge that we have a shared responsibility to forge a path forward to address the past and continuing harm to the Indigenous people and the land. As we mark this year's Indigenous Peoples Day, we recognize we must ensure ongoing work to acknowledge and address the past to help inspire education and reflection and initiate meaningful action to help support Indigenous nations, communities, and organizations. This work is guided by the city's Indigenous Peoples Day resolution, the city's racial equity plan, guidance from American Indian tribal nations, agreements the city shared with tribal nations, the Open Space and Mountain Parks Master Plan, and engagement with indigenous communities and indigenous organizations in Boulder. Community members can learn about ongoing indigenous-related projects through the city website, bouldercolorado.gov/services/indigenous-peoples-projects. We, the City Council of the City of Boulder, Colorado, declare October 9th, 2023 as Indigenous Peoples Day and urge all community members to begin or continue the process of listening to Indigenous peoples, reflecting on the Indigenous presence in the Boulder Valley that has existed since time immemorial, and learning about the violent colonization of Indigenous lands. While the city is collaborating with tribal nations on several ongoing projects, we know we have more work to fulfill the Indigenous Peoples Day resolution and help support Indigenous nations and Indigenous communities and organizations in Boulder. We value their guidance and the opportunity to listen and learn from all of them as we reckon with and address our past with hope that it will make our collective communities stronger and more resilient.
Thank you so much for that, Tara. And we're getting some audio issues. If everyone can make sure that their mics are off. Okay, you got all those, Nuria? All right, that seems to be a little bit better. Okay, so next we will have item 1B, which is the National Domestic Violence Month declaration presented by myself. People of all ages, genders, and races can fall victim to domestic violence. Sadly, numerous victims of domestic violence are forced to remain silent due to safety concerns, societal pressures, and many other factors. A report by the NSW Council of Social Service found that 60% of domestic violence victims do not go to the police. Many survivors feel helpless and are afraid that if they speak out, they will be further victimized by authorities. National Domestic Violence Month aims to shine a light on domestic violence in our community and highlight the resources available to victims. According to the National Domestic Violence Hotline, more than 1 in 3 women and 1 in 4 men in the country will experience rape, physical violence, or stalking by an intimate partner. Homicide is one of the leading causes of death in the U.S. for women under the age of 44, and nearly half are killed by a former or current intimate partner. Moreover, the COVID-19 pandemic worsened the domestic violence epidemic by increasing financial tensions and stress levels among countless people and families. Domestic violence can tear families apart and leave lifelong scars on its victims. It is essential that we work together to fight the prevalence of domestic violence in both our city and our country. Already, there are several organizations leading the effort in our community. For example, the Safe House Progressive Alliance for Nonviolence, SPAN, provides shelter and resources to victims of interpersonal abuse with the goal of ending violence against adults, youth, and children. The National Domestic Violence Hotline provides survivors of domestic abuse with resources, the necessary resources and support that they need via phone to help them live out their lives free from abuse. No one deserves to experience the pain and trauma caused by domestic abuse. While considerable progress has already been made, much more is needed to continue the fight to end domestic violence, and we must work together to build a culture that has zero tolerance of abuse of any kind. We, the City Council of Boulder, Colorado, declare October 2023 as National Domestic Violence Month and urge all of our community members to take cognizance of this event and participate fittingly in its observance. Thank you very much.
Mayor, just apologies. We have a new audio mixer, and we're, as you can see, experiencing some adjustments. So little patience and grace would be terrific from you and all our those that are listening to us on Zoom.
Of course. Thanks for that, Nuria. Okay, now we'll move to open comment. And if Brenda Rittenauer can go over our public participation guidelines, please.
Sorry, just had to unbury all my buttons. Thank you so much. We are displaying the bilingual version of our guidelines tonight because we anticipate we may have some Spanish speakers in our audience this evening. I will not be reading them in Spanish, however, because I'm not as skilled or talented as our mayor, but we can display them there for you in Spanish. The following are examples of rules of guidelines. Sorry, nope, that's not it. It's very tiny on my screen. The city has engaged, I got it, with community members to co-create a vision for productive, meaningful, and inclusive civic conversations. This vision supports physical and emotional safety for community members, staff, and city council members, as well as supporting democracy for people of all ages, identities, lived experience, and political perspectives. For more information about this vision and the community engagement process, please visit bouldercolorado.gov, the city's website, and type into the search bar productive atmospheres. The following are examples of rules of decorum found in the Boulder Revised Code and other guidelines that support this vision. These will be upheld during tonight's meeting. All remarks and testimony shall be limited to matters related to city business. No participant shall make threats or use other forms of intimidation against any person. Obscenity, racial epithets, and other speech and behavior that disrupts or otherwise impedes the ability to conduct the meeting are prohibited. And participants are required to sign up to speak using the name they are commonly known by, and individuals must display their whole name before being allowed to speak online. Currently, only audio testimony is permitted online. We also ask, it's not on the slide, but we ask that participants in person refrain from shows of support or disagreement that are audible. So we encourage you, if you support something someone else has said and would like to express that, to use American Sign Language applause, or sometimes we call it jazz hands. And that is back to you, Mr. Mayor.
Thanks so much, Brenda. All right, we've got 13 people signed up in person and 3 virtual. Each of you will have 2 minutes to speak. I'll say 3 names at a time as your turn is coming up. If you can start moving down towards the front, that would be awesome. Our first 3 speakers are Keegan Parker, Susan Adams, and Sasha McClyman.
Hello, my name is Keegan Parker and I am the president of the University of Colorado's rowing team. I'm here today to express how the current fees associated with rowing at the Boulder Reservoir are affecting our team and its future. As a club on campus, we provide an opportunity for students of all backgrounds to be part of an amazing community that makes it easy to make new friends and enjoy the beautiful environment that Boulder has to offer, while also giving them a recreational outlet. However, with the cost increases at the reservoir, this has become less and less attainable for students on campus. Just last year, our team's dues were $300 less than they are now, and our team has gone from 80 members to just 40. Part of our cost increases comes from having to row outside of hours. Most public rec centers have hours that are the same in the summer as they are in the winter, but the reservoir's hours decrease in the shoulder seasons, even when there are activities still taking place on and at the reservoir. However, even if we continue to row outside of hours, the use cost we are paying is higher than the actual cost of facilities and services of the reservoir that we use. For example, last fall we paid $80 an hour, and in just 1 year, that cost has risen to over $200 per hour. That means we're paying over $2,000 per week just to row on a public reservoir. With this cost increase, our dues have grown to be 300% higher than any other club comparable to ours on campus, making rowing out of reach for many students on campus. I ask that you take into consideration how the current policies around the fee structures at the res and the hours are affecting the community of students negatively, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you, Keegan. Now we have Susan Adams, Sasha McClyman, and Aiden Stearns.
Hello, Mayor Brockett and City Council members. My name is Susan Adams, and I live in Boulder County and am on the Board of Directors of Boulder Community Rowing and its affiliate, Colorado Junior Crew. I'm here tonight to ask that you advocate for an increase in the reservoir's regular open hours to begin at 6 a.m. and end at 8 p.m. in the flank seasons. That's known as April, May, September, and October. Currently, the Boulder Reservoir does not open until 9 a.m. 7 days a week and closes at 7 p.m., blocking high school students, college students, and community members from recreating during the most glorious morning hours and in the evening hours when they do not have class or work responsibilities. This means we're forced to pay an exorbitant rental fee to open up the reservoir for our juniors and collegiate students to practice their sport, which is robbing them of gaining scholarships and access to a team-based fitness program that supports their mental health and enhances their wellness. Those fees have gone from $100 an hour to a promised $380 an hour next year, which will shut all the local non-motorized fitness programs permanently. This includes Boulder Community Rowing, Colorado Junior Crew, CU Boulder Crew, and Boulder Aquatic Masters programs. Mayor Brockett, you graciously responded to my email last March, stating that you believed advocating for an increase in open hours for the reservoir was a worthy action step, but that you understand that there are staffing issues. I ask you now again to please consider speaking with Stacy Cole, Stephanie Monroe, Scott Schuttenberg, and Allie Rhodes to move the open hours of the reservoir back to what they were pre-COVID. This not only aligns with our neighbors in Longmont at Union Reservoir, but we believe the community will benefit from access to its land and resources unfettered. Thank you.
Thank you, Susan. Now we have Sasha McClymont, Aiden Stearns, and Mitchell Bradford.
Good evening. My name is Sasha McClymont. I am a member of the board of Colorado Junior Crew and a parent of a rower. I am here today to advocate on behalf of the rowing community in Boulder County. Being a rower in Colorado does not happen by accident. This is not the first activity that our athletes have tried, but at CJC, many of them have finally found a sports team that provides them with a sense of belonging and self-confidence, which is extremely important to their emotional, mental, and physical well-being. Rowing is a full-body workout whose rhythmic strokes exhaust the muscles while calming the mind. CJC has given my son a sense of power in his body, a drive to accomplish something through unrelenting physical exertion, and positive relationships with mentors and students beyond his high school. Rowing is cherished for the peace of mind being on the water brings, particularly in a landlocked state. But the policies and fees at the res are likely to end this access for our students and the community. We would like to request a return to the previous after-hour fee rates and protection for non-motorized sports. Our after-hour use fees at the reservoir, which is past 6 p.m. in the spring, have almost doubled from $85 an hour in 2022 to $162 an hour in 2023, with further increases planned for 2024 to bring the rate to almost $300. With such a dramatic cost increase, CJC will not be able to continue to row at the res this spring, which is the primary racing season for high school. We cannot simply move our practices earlier since our athletes are in school. Without an economically feasible plan, our rowing community will have nowhere to practice and will cease to exist. The current fee structure places an unjust burden on our sport, which uses a bare minimum of services, really a gate agent and a water safety guard. We ask that you reduce the fee to a rate that is in line with the minimal cost to run the reservoir during our usage times rather than a prorated fee that includes high summer and indoor facility costs. We also request that rowing clubs be categorized under the PARB draft fee policy, as either a community or recreation program. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Sasha. Now we have Aiden Stearns, Mitchell Bradford, and Jacob Carl.
Good evening, City Council members. My name is Aiden Stearns, and I've lived in Boulder since 2019. I'm here this evening to talk about pollinator gardens and pathways. Pollinator gardens use native plant species to attract and support bees, butterflies, beetles, hummingbirds, and other important pollinators. Supporting these species is critical to maintaining a healthy ecosystem. In recent years, the discussion around incorporating native plants into landscape design in Colorado has become more important. For example, in 2017, House Joint Resolution 17-1029 was adopted concerning the designation of Interstate Highway 76 as the Colorado Pollinator Highway. That resolution encouraged CDOT to implement integrated roadside vegetation management in order to better manage highway right-of-way to promote pollinator habitat. Additionally, the City of Boulder has the Pollinator Garden Project, which educates and encourages community members to plant pollinator gardens. The project's also involved in the planning and building of the first pollinator corridor in Boulder called La Tierra Canta. The alternatives analysis that occurs during transportation improvement projects is one area where I believe pollinator gardens can and should be included as a factor when evaluating landscape design alternatives. Given the City of Boulder's demonstrated interest in promoting development of pollinator gardens, I wish to encourage the city to further promote or develop policy encouraging or requiring pollinator gardens to be incorporated through the alternatives analysis process in future transportation improvement projects. This past week was the ribbon cutting for the new fully protected intersection at Colorado and 30th. There are several areas of landscaping around the intersection with new trees, primarily surrounded by mulch. Areas such as this are prime locations for alternative landscape design choices that incorporate diverse native plants to support wild pollinators. I appreciate your consideration on this topic and the City of Boulder's commitment to developing pollinator corridors. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Aiden. Now we have Mitchell Bradford, Jacob Carl, and Michelle Rodriguez.
Good evening, community members and council members. My name is Mitchell Bradford, and I'm a graduate student at the University of Colorado, now enjoying my second year living here in Boulder. I'm here tonight to ask the Boulder City Council to consider finding new ways to improve the nighttime visibility along the Boulder Creek path, particularly in the area between 30th Street and Foothills Parkway. Many of my friends, current roommates, and colleagues utilize the Boulder Creek path to travel between Central Boulder and CU's East Campus for classes and lab use. Personally, I've used the path to travel to class and use it almost daily to run like many other community members. I believe this portion is an important area of the path connecting East Boulder to the more central areas of Boulder. And currently, this stretch of path between 30th and Foothills Parkway has very few lampposts to light the area. The majority of these lampposts that do exist are concentrated around a single bridge which connects to a university parking lot. This still leaves many portions of the path poorly lit for working community members as well as students that may have early or late commutes. And this issue is especially evident as the days get shorter and force more people to commute during darker hours. In my experience here in Boulder, the Creek Path is an amazing resource, and I believe improving the lighting through the addition of more overhead lampposts would increase the comfort level that many students and community members feel when traveling at low light times in the mornings and evenings. I appreciate your consideration of this topic and any efforts that could be made to improve the Boulder Creek Path as well as the accessibility and safety of all of Boulder's public pathways. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mitchell. Now we have Jacob Carl, Michelle Rodriguez, and Natalie Tiggleman.
Good evening, City Council. My name is Jacob Carl, and I live off 20th and Bluff Street. I'm a graduate student at the University of Colorado and have been living in Boulder for a little over a year. I'm here today to ask for a safer intersection at the corner of 23rd and Bluff Street. This intersection has one stop sign on each side of Bluff Street. However, 23rd does not have stop signs on either side. While both sides with stop signs have additional signs warning that traffic does not stop, I have personally experienced many near accidents. Whittier is a neighborhood with a high amount of pedestrian traffic, often moving in the direction of Bluff Street rather than up 23rd. Additionally, there are many parked cars and trees along the street. Bluff Street is very narrow, making navigation of the street routinely involve pulling over to allow other cars to pass. Due to distractions both in driving and on the side of the road, it can be easy to miss the signs marking that traffic does not stop. Finally, Bluff Street has a series of intersections which contain stop signs for traffic that is entering Bluff Street, but 23rd goes against this trend, stopping traffic in the opposite direction. As a result, this intersection is confusing to both drivers and pedestrians. Making this intersection a four-way stop would benefit the community by protecting bikers, walkers, and joggers who may not notice that traffic on 23rd does not stop. While it may increase traveling time for those on 23rd, it might lessen congestion and confusion on the already narrow Bluff Street by providing stability and increased safety for drivers. Additionally, there's no clear crosswalk at 23rd Street, which is an issue as oncoming traffic goes down a hill before entering the intersection, often going faster than other traffic in the neighborhood. Introducing 2 new stop signs would increase safety for people in the area and improve the neighborhood. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Jacob. Now we have Michelle Rodriguez, Natalie Tiggleman, and Evan Ravitz.
Hi guys, I'm here tonight to reflect on a conversation I had with somebody who supposed to be a pretty important person in the Policing the Police Board and the NAACP. I'm talking about Darren O'Connor. He made some posts on his social website this week regarding, I think it was headed from Lolatai to Redfern, where he's trying to have the NAACP follow up on asking the chief to resign and Redfern to resign in response to actions or inactions they did or didn't take. In response to that, I said, well, let's talk about this Lolatai thing. As Darren well knows, he settled and apparently made it a part of his settlement agreement that my name be redacted from a list of use of force of 80 people long, 82 with myself. August 25th of 2018 would be my date. The news article, boulderbeat.news. In response to my request to ask him, why was my name redacted? Why was my case, Rodriguez versus Lolatai, never touched by the police and the police board? Why did I never get any justice? Why did you post my pictures on NAACP website with Sammy and then say, we'll tell you about her story later? Why did you have my post removed saying I didn't meet the NAACP standards because I wasn't lifting a person of color in the light? I had my post removed, I had my little happy badges removed, and I was told that to correct it if it didn't include something about that. Either way, he had my name redacted from that. He accuses the Boulder police. When I asked about that, he says, Michelle, that's a confidential file. That never was public. Hell yeah, it was public. I read it myself on the news, and I wasn't there. I was the only case amongst 82 cases use of force found not guilty by reason of self-defense and not investigated.
Thanks for that, Michelle. If you want to email us additional comments, please do. Thank you. Now, Natalie Tiggleman, Evan Ravitz, and Phoenix Silou.
Mr. Mayor and council members, my name is Natalie Tiggleman. I'm a resident of the Goss Grove neighborhood and a graduate
You can get a little
student at
closer
CU.
to the mic there.
Sure. Is that better?
Here, lean down a little bit. Maybe.
Sure.
There you go.
And then, so I don't own a car. I'm a graduate student. I ride my bicycle to get anywhere. And living in Goss Grove, I have to bike along Folsom Street very frequently. Riding along there, if you have on a bike, is quite the experience. Some of the intersections have riffles, potholes, loose sand, and I found myself asking, what is being done to improve this? I ended up looking up, and I was happy to find that there will be improvements being done in this section very soon, and that makes me really excited. At the same time, I still ride on this street every day, and I know that this project won't start for another 2 years. So I encourage you in the future, when you approve projects like this, to also set aside some money to clean up the street, especially in those bike lanes for those most vulnerable passengers. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Natalie. Now, Evan Ravitz, Phoenix Silou. I understand Megan Mazzoni withdrew, so then after that will be Katya Stokely. So, Evan.
To quote some more from my formerly homeless friend, Mike Homner, who went on the city's big trip to Oregon in 2016. Quote, at the tiny home village in Eugene, Oregon, there was a pastor in charge. The grounds had few people around. Boulder Mayor Jones asked the pastor where everyone was. He turned to her and said, they're at work. Where would you expect them to be? When people get housed, even in a tiny home or a tent, they can hold a job, which they can't when the city is chasing them from misery to misery. Most can't hold a job either when they have to show up at the shelter at 4 p.m. Many can hold a job, although the city's relentless persecution, especially in extreme weather, has killed and physically and mentally disabled hundreds. Besides bedbugs, there are many good reasons people won't use the shelter and prefer even a tent. You can't sleep in the shelter because of the noise, the lights, the smell, the fear of being ripped off or molested, etc. So let's find places for them to get their lives together, like America did in the 30s with Hoovervilles across the country. It's coming again, thanks to greedy landlords like Governor Jared Polis, who has also promised to veto rent control. To succeed, the city has to stop lying, whether it's saying there are always enough shelter beds, which the city had to admit was false in the ACL lawsuit, or claiming that a campground would cost more than hotels, as Kurt Fernhaber has said at this meeting. That's not a campground, that's a concentration camp.
Thanks, Evan. Now, Phoenix Illu, Katya Stokely, and Patrick O'Rourke.
Hi, Phoenix Illu. I recently took a trip over to the Thorn Nature Experience and got to have a wonderful talk with Elder Oak, and he shared with us a story of the work that he did in gathering so many voices and support and economic support and all of these things in order to protect the mesas. And at that time, I believe he said around the 60s or 70s, somebody was going to come in and build a massive resort and lots of houses, and he gathered so many people together to protect the land, bringing up the 1910 Green Belt and really bringing in a lot of awareness around the environmental protections in Boulder. So I wanted to give honor and respect to all those who are speaking today on environmentalism aspects around Boulder, as well as safety, and just give some honor to Elder Oak and the work that many, many people did to come together. So for this time around, I'm just giving a call out in general, just to really give emphasis around what it takes for us to come together and begin really stepping into the environment and saying that we are sharing our voices in this space. So for any more projects that are happening in Boulder, I would love more communal outreach, and being able to be part of any projects that we can. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Phoenix. Now we have Katya Stokely, Patrick O'Rourke, and Paul Tweedley. And ma'am, do you need a little assistance there? Thanks, Alicia.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Katya Stokely. I'm a Boulder County resident. I am also a rower. I row 3 times a week with my team at the Boulder Reservoir. Rowing and other water sports are fantastic for everyone. There's physical activity, there's getting out in nature, there's working with and socializing with other people in your crew. And these things are especially good for athletes and people with disabilities who may be isolated, who may be experiencing significant trauma, who may have fewer outdoor recreational opportunities. So why do we not see more people with disabilities in Boulder County rowing, paddling, canoeing, and kayaking? There are a couple of big barriers at the Boulder Reservoir. One is physical access. There is a lot of opportunity to improve access at the reservoir. There's a lack of permit parking spaces, a lack of accessible restrooms, and a lack of accessible routes to the water. I do want to say that today I learned that ADA compliant access mats were installed across the sand at the docks that the water sport users use, and I want to thank Stacy Cole, Lena Dow, and the whole staff of the Boulder Reservoir for installing those mats today. The second big obstacle is cost and open times. As you've heard, opening the reservoir at 6 or 7 a.m. during the shoulder season rather than at 9 would not just help with the exorbitant cost to the rowing community, but it would also be good for those who have to get to work, those who might have trouble with crowds, those who have trouble with the hubbub of motorboat traffic, and this population especially includes some in our disabled veteran community. I would love to see the Boulder Reservoir make changes to serve our whole community. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Katya. Our last two in-person speakers are Patrick O'Rourke and Paul Tweedley.
Good evening. Good evening, City Council, Mayor Brockett. I'm Patrick O'Rourke from Historic Boulder. Tonight I'm going to speak a little bit about the process that's going on with the Civic Historic District application we submitted to the City of Boulder 6 months ago. Our concern is that phase 2 of the Civic Center, or the East Bookend, is well underway, and 2 reports have been issued. First of all, the RFP that was sent out, which is a $500,000 expenditure by the City of Boulder to reimagine the civic area. In that RFP, the application wasn't noted. Was that an oversight, or was it intentional? Don't know, but it should be looked into. More importantly, last week or 2 weeks ago, which is when I was speaking here last, you had in your packet an update dated September 21st, of which it should have been comprehensive about what's going on with reimagining the bookend, or that part of town. The application wasn't mentioned in that 12-page report. I'm not sure why. Is it an oversight, or was it intentional? There's a thing called drift. When facilities doesn't want to have something happen, they generally tend to eliminate it from reports. And personally, I believe that's what's happened. On another note, twice in the last 6 months, the Finance Department has announced that they're planning to sell. At one meeting, it was 8 buildings. I think that was about at the April meeting, and I think it was 2 or 3 meetings ago. It's the recommendation to sell 9 buildings here in Central Boulder. Is there an opportunity to identify those buildings? Specifically, if they're historic, we would want to know about it before it goes on the chopping block. Thank you.
Thank you, Patrick. Paul Tweedley.
Good evening. My name is Paul Tweedley. I live in Boulder. I'd like to discuss the proposed plan. I'd like to comment on the proposed plan to locate a daycare here in Boulder. And it was originally a daycare, I should say, for drug addicts here in Boulder. Homeless drug addicts, to be specific. The original plan was to locate it in Folsom, but the residents, they were not having it. In May, 50 of them turned up here and they said, no. Drugs kill kids, I know, because I know a boy, 18-year-old Jack, and I buried him in Mountain View Cemetery along there. He died of a fentanyl overdose. The proposed plan, where is the money coming from, this project? I just read today that, we've got a grant from the state. The state that, is providing $2.5 million to locate a drug care, a daycare for drug addicts here in Boulder. This is the state telling the city what to do. They're offering us money. And what do I want? I'll tell you what I want. I want you to tell the state, these guys have messed up Denver and now they're trying to ruin Boulder as well. I want you to tell the state to go stuff themselves, to keep their money, and we will decide what's best in Boulder. Drugs kill kids. As council members, it's your job, it's your duty to protect kids. And if you vote for this, there will be consequences. Least of all, perhaps, a petition. I will sign the petition.
Paul,
to have anyone let me finish here, Ron.
Well, actually, everybody only gets 2 minutes, Paul, so we try to be fair to everybody.
I'll get one last sentence. I will sign a petition for your recall if you do not protect our kids.
You can send us more in an email if you'd like.
Have a good evening.
Thanks. Okay, we're going to our remote participants now. We've got Lynn Siegel, Bridget Hogan and Matthew Hanna. Lynn?
Yeah, Lynn Siegel. If you can't hear me, say something immediately. I guess first of all, I'll say once again, this 8,000 square foot house, 6.1 million bucks, was put through the fast track called Landmarks Design Review Committee so that the Landmarks Board doesn't have to handle a lot of cases. This is the house in 1940 and then in 1922. About, the most that could have been added to the house was a couple thousand feet. It's 8,000 foot total. It has not changed it has not compromised the integrity of the structure to have this addition. I've watched LDRC for many years now. And there was on the front of the house facing east, there was some coverage where you come in the front door. That's all that was added, not compromised. It's a architect of merit, James Hunter, and an archaeologist from CU that built it. So why do we have this kind of thing going on where I can't even see the Landmark Design Review Committee recording? They don't even record their meetings. They say it's administrative. A house like this, 6.1 million bucks on the open space, a rock house, fireproof, is just demolished like that without the Environmental Advisory Board looking into it. And you could fit 18 homeless people into a house this size. And we're allowing this kind of a thing in Boulder. I don't understand. The other thing is, I was going to the municipal building, and when I was there, $360 and my computer bag was stolen within 5 feet of me in the lobby when almost no one was in the lobby. They caught a City of Boulder employee typing my stuff on camera, and I can't even see the video footage. It's pretty
Lynn,
pitiful.
your time is up, but thank you for your testimony. You can email us the rest of your thoughts if you like. Next is Bridget Hogan, but I'm not sure that Bridget is in the meeting. Bridget, are you out there? Brenda, do we know?
I don't see Bridget at the moment. I do have a caller on the phone who I've not been able to identify. So as we go next to Matthew Hanna, maybe if that caller is Bridget, you could, or if Bridget is here with a different name listed, you could raise your hand. If you are on the phone, you can press *9 to do that. But at the moment, we should move to Matthew Hanna.
Okay. Matthew Hanna, you're up. Oh, and the hand did get raised, so we'll go to the phone call, the person on the phone next.
Hello, everyone. My name is Matthew Hanna. I have a road design concern on southbound State Highway 93 in between State Highway 170 and State Highway 128. Traveling south from Boulder, CO 93 turns into a 3-lane road that merges at the crest of a hill right after the lookout. 2 lanes travel southbound and 1 travels northbound. Currently, CO 93 southbound merges from right to left. I believe that the merge at the top of the hill should go from left to right. First, the current design disincentivizes motorists to follow the posted Colorado traffic law, which requires motorists to keep in the right lane unless passing. Many motorists drive in the left lane to avoid having to merge at the last minute. This proposed change, which would merge from left to right, would incentivize motorists to stay in the right lane while traveling southbound, especially if they're familiar with the road. This should make the merge easier, since everyone should already be traveling in the right lane. It would also make it easier to follow the keep in the right lane law. Second, this proposed change would likely make motorists feel safer. This is a curved uphill road with an unmarked merge zone. Merging on this road is stressful enough on a sunny day and even worse when raining or snowing. Moreover, drivers often go over the speed limit up and down the hill. Merging from left to right would force speeders to adjust to the flow of traffic instead of requiring drivers in the right lane to account for speeding cars in the left lane in order to merge. Merging from left to right would also create a lane of insulation between the northbound lane and the outer southbound lane. In the interest of adhering to Colorado traffic laws and keeping Boulder motorists safe, please advocate for changing the merge direction on CO 93 to left to right. Thank you.
Thank you, Matthew. All right, I think we've got Bridget Hogan on the phone, so we can get Bridget forward, please.
Bridget, you should be able to unmute. You may need to press *6 on your phone.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can.
Great. My name is Bridget, and I have 2 daughters who've been rowing with CJC since spring of 2022. Colorado and Boulder in particular is not a place most associate with a robust rowing community. However, in 2007, our community was blessed with the passion and vision of dedicated parent volunteers who created the CJC. My eldest daughter is a high school senior here in Boulder. She stepped into a boat for the very first time with CJC in April of 2022. In less than 18 months, she has developed from a novice rower to a student athlete who has been offered a spot on the rowing team of 4 colleges, including significant scholarship access. She has accepted a spot at a Division I team in Southern California. Rowing offers a unique opportunity to participate in an outdoor water-based team-oriented sport. It promotes health and well-being. These benefits align with Boulder Recreation's mission to promote the health and well-being for the Boulder community. Rowing is a sustainable, low-impact activity. The reservoir has recently informed all of the user groups that the fee for the after-hours use will more than double. School hours do not accommodate an earlier practice start time for CJC. This increase is substantial and will be a material factor in determining the CJC's ability to continue offering programming. There is no permanent infrastructure available to rowers, and the reservoir does not offer any of the rowing or non-motorized clubs any services or facilities. There is no boathouse, lights, or bathroom facilities. The opportunity to try rowing here in Boulder has been a life-changing event for my daughter. It has the potential to have a similar impact on many Boulder student athletes, but only if the CJC is able to continue operating with a user fee agreement that is sustainable for our members. If the fee is doubled, our program will be in jeopardy. I would like to invite City Council and the Boulder Reservoir to seize the opportunity to partner with, invest in, and support our grassroots volunteer-based junior rowing crew and provide student athletes in the Boulder Valley with ongoing sustainable access to the reservoir and rowing. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Bridget. Appreciate that. All right, that brings us to the end of open comments. I'll turn to city staff to see if there are any comments.
Thanks so much, Mayor. A lot of variety today in our open comment. And before I invite our Director of Parks and Recreation to come address some of the rowing concerns and appreciate the voices that have been shared today, I just wanted to say, follow up on a few. There's been a lot of conversations about transportation needs, and just want to say I appreciate it. Our Director of Transportation and Mobility cannot be with us currently until a little later on, but she is listening and says she welcomes some of the comments and will be looking into each and every one of them as we move forward. So wanted to thank her for that. I also wanted to share, I know that our investigators have been working with Ms. Siegel on what is a truly regrettable incident. I won't comment on the details as it is an active investigation, but certainly we are looking to make Ms. Siegel whole as her bag was stolen out of our building here, or taken out of the building, I should say. And then finally, just wanted to invite Director Rhodes to come up. I don't know if Council has additional questions. I know the issue of Phase 2 of the civic area and so forth, the issues that Patrick O'Rourke brings up are known to Council. We are continuing to work on them, but I know there have been a lot of conversations about rowing tonight, and the person who best knows these issues is Ms. Rhodes.
Well, we have a great team that knows more than I do, but I'm going to try and represent them. Good evening, folks. I'm Allie Rhodes. I'm the Director of Parks and Recreation. I have some comments prepared. I was listening carefully to the public comment, but if you'd prefer, I can just take questions.
Well, maybe start with your comments, and
Sure.
then we'll see about follow-up questions.
First, I just will thank the folks for coming to speak tonight. I know coming down on a Thursday night is not easy, and I appreciate it. I specifically appreciate the comments around accessibility. It is a value for us that everyone has access, and we need to keep doing better. And we are going to be spending even more next year to make the reservoir even more accessible to everyone beyond just the ramps and the accessible docks. So I appreciate that you noticed what we've done, and we're going to keep doing better. As it comes to fees. So first, I want to remind everyone that the Boulder Reservoir is first and foremost water storage for our community. It is different from the land of 10,000 lakes where I'm from, where there is a lot of water that anyone can get on at any point. Our water is very precious, and everything that we do on it, while we value the recreation, has to protect water quality first. We have some of the most rigorous water quality standards in the state for protecting our recreation access, and they are costly, and they have so far mostly been effective. Just this week, I heard from colleagues in the city of Twin Falls where they are having to insert a very toxic copper product into 16 miles of the Snake River because there are quagga mussels, and it's catastrophic, but it's for the long-term health of the river. All that to say, the water quality is first and foremost. So comparing the reservoir to other bodies of water where you can row, it's simply not apples to apples. It's different here in an arid state where our reservoir is water storage. Next, as you all have heard before, and we'd had a study session in April, we've been working for a very long time to understand the costs of delivering parks and recreation in Boulder and setting fair and consistent fees. In April, we got your input on a fee policy that the PRAB unanimously approved in July. That fee policy will guide the fee schedule that we develop for 2024 and beyond. As a general rule, Boulder Parks and Recreation does not subsidize adults with an ability to pay. That's across the system. And so for the rowers, and specifically the adult rowers of CU Crew and Boulder Community Rowing, that means they have to pay the direct costs of, yes, the staffing that is there when they are there outside of hours, but also they have to contribute to the direct costs of operating the facility. The folks that work there, that pick up the trash, that operate the bathrooms that are open when they are on the water. The flank season hours is absolutely a challenge. In the spring and the fall, most people are not going to the Boulder Reservoir. Kids are not on break. They're in school, and so the beach is not open. We don't have staff because so many of our student staff, high school and college age folks, are in school. And so we've aligned the reservoir hours with when most people go to the reservoir, which is not at 6 a.m. We looked at those pre-pandemic numbers. As we return services, we had to be very careful about both money and people. And over 90% of the visitation in those early morning hours is the user groups. And so those hours are not included in general operating hours, and they are expected to recover the full costs. Those costs don't include any of the indirect costs, my time, the cost of human resources, IT, finance, and it's still, I understand, it's a significant expense. We do have flexibility to work with Colorado Junior Crew, but beyond that, to reclassify these user groups or to offer any kind of a discount would be unfair to the adults across the system that are paying full price. I'm not aware of us announcing a doubling of fees for next year. I don't think that's accurate. I know that we're finalizing the fee schedule for 2024 now, and I know that we've committed to not have anyone's fees increase by more than 10% so that people have time to plan and to alleviate the burden. And in some areas, that means we're going to have to figure it out because our costs are skyrocketing. The costs of labor, not just minimum wage and living wage, but just the incredible standard staff we have across the department, those costs are skyrocketing. But we understand we're trying to make this work with the community, and so I'm not aware of any doubling of fees. I don't think that's happening, and looking at my notes to see what I've missed. I think that's everything that I had. If I missed anything, let me know.
Thanks, Sally. I had a question, but did you?
Not on this.
Okay. So if you wouldn't mind getting back to us with the details of the fees when you're able to check on exactly what those are, that'd be helpful. And then just one thing, because I heard an interest in additional hours at the shoulder season, but also you're talking about how that's expensive. So are the hours, the earlier hours happening, but they're expensive, or are they not happening because?
So right now, our analysis, so everything we've offered as we've brought services back in the pandemic, we've done with our standard business practices, an analysis of who comes, how much they pay. The analysis of visitation in the years prior to the pandemic showed that most of that early hours access, 6 to 9 a.m., is the user group. So those are not part of our standard operating hours because then the fees would be spread to all the users, the costs of those access. The user groups are being charged those costs for those flank season or outside of the operating hours.
But the facility is open during those hours?
It is not. They are renting it, and they are paying all of the direct costs for that access.
So I meant something different by open. Oh. It is available for these
We
user
have made it
groups
available
to use.
for their rental, correct.
Yes, but they're renting it rather
Correct.
than it being kind of paying the entry fee that one would pay during normal operating
Correct.
hours. now I understand. Thank you for clarifying that. Anybody else have something for Allie? I got both of you.
I appreciated your first question, Aaron, and I just wanted to make it a little bit more specific. I was hoping that when we have those fees finalized, that they could show up in our informational items in our packet.
Sure. The PRAB is going to review the fee schedule at their October meeting, and so what maybe would be best is to include the October packet in an IP at whichever meeting is appropriate based on the timing when it's available.
That would be great. Thank you.
Okay, Nicole, then Mark.
And I think I brought this up last year when we were having this conversation, but do we ever consider students as youth? Or
It's not
because
been our
it's 18
policy.
and older?
It
it's
would
not.
take some work to analyze the costs of that because it would be another group that we're discounting. And if that were the direction of council, certainly we could consider that for 2024.
Yep. Okay. And is there another time that we'll have to talk about that, or?
Well, we're talking about the budget tonight, and the
Yeah.
fee structure is actually included in the budget,
Yep.
so we could definitely talk about that
Yep.
tonight.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Yeah. Mark?
Thanks. Allie, if we're not doubling fees, do you have any sense of where that impression came from? It seems to be a misunderstanding on the part of the user groups. Can you speak to how they got that impression?
I can't, but I can find out and get back to you.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Very good. Anything else for Allie? Good. Thanks so much for being here.
Yeah.
And then Nuria's got another follow-up.
Just one more thing that I forgot, and I wanted to thank Mitchell for his comments. Wanted to say that I believe we'll be talking a little bit about additional lighting in some of our streets and transportations. It is an ongoing concern of ours as well, so just wanted to thank you for highlighting that and know that we will be working on it.
And just, were there questions on the Civic Area Historic District?
I think just one. Can we get the information on the 8 or 9 buildings that are potentially on the chopping block? Make that public? Oh, is that different?
Certainly. I mean, I think we have brought and we have talked some of that with our facilities master's plan, but I will follow up and make sure that we share it with you.
And I believe it was also part of the conversation in the July study session on buildings.
Mm-hmm. I'd say not me so much, but the person,
Oh,
I
sure.
think Patrick, who was asking for it.
Absolutely.
Thanks. Nuria, you brought up the sort of bike path lighting, and I had a more general question about that. I noticed that the section between 30th and Foothills is mostly across the university property, and I was wondering if that's still, if the city is in charge of streetlights in that area, or if that is something that we should make sure is flagged for our university neighbors.
Certainly, and I'm trying to think now about the entire stretch and would have to get back to you on it, but there are certain aspects of that that are certainly part of the university compendium or campus, and so we will continue to talk with our university partners. We do already. We have plans to think about lighting across a variety of corridors, and we'll continue to partner with the university on it.
Great. Yes, Rachel?
I think my first is the same as Lauren just asked, like, can we partner with CU in the same way that we just did for the 30th underpass to split costs basically for lighting some of those corridors? And there is more than that one, I think, that's relevant there. And also wanted to share with everyone who spoke about transportation that will be I think several of us have brought up transportation financial improvements or giving more money to that aspect of the budget tonight. So you might want to stick around and see that discussion. And wanted to really plus one both the path being dark in that area that's described, also some other areas in South and East Boulder. And it is, I understand that we have the dark skies ordinance, but also where cars go gets lit very well, and where bikes go, and I think you're a little bit more vulnerable and precarious. We don't light the paths, and so I think that is something that needs to be prioritized. And also to Natalie's point about Folsom, I mean, that there is no way to bike safely in the bike lanes on Folsom at this point. There are so many potholes and areas where you're in that sort of rift between where, the curb kind of, has one type of of the street, and then it cracks and turns into something else. And I think I said it last week too, you're either going to bump into the curb when you try and avoid a pothole, or you're going to go into a car. So it's a huge problem, and vulnerable users are the ones who are going to end up paying the price. And then just wanted to invite Nuri, maybe if it's appropriate, or if you want to, just to address Michelle Rodriguez mentioned something about the NAACP and one of our officers, and I don't know if that's something that staff wanted to address head on, but wanted to invite it.
Thank you, Council Member. I believe many of the concerns that Ms. Rodriguez was bringing up are really focused on an NAACP member, so it would be inappropriate for me to comment on those particular comments, but there was reference, and thank you, Michelle, for your comments as we hear them. There was reference to a recent article that we saw in the papers and a letter that we received from the NAACP regarding one of our deputy chiefs and alleged misconduct as he was an officer in the Aurora Police Department during the Elijah McClain, during the period in which the incident and the death, tragic, awful death of Elijah McClain took place. We have responded to that, and in depth, I am happy to read the statement I shared with the NAACP and those that have inquired about it, but I will say that we believe that the characterizations in the letter that we received are inaccurate. We are thoughtful and being very careful about what we say publicly because the trial is ongoing, and we would hate in any way to impact the trial. But we believe that Deputy Chief Redfern's testimony, he is testifying as an expert witness for the prosecution, speaking to his acts while he was a member of the Aurora Police Department, something that he, of course, disclosed to the city when he was being hired here. It is part of everyone's resume where they weren't in the past. But his statements regarding police procedure and his actions are on the record, and we stand by Deputy Chief Redfern. We do not believe there is any evidence of wrongdoing. We believe that, frankly, were it not for Deputy Chief Redfern's categorizing this incident as a critical incident, we may not have seen a fulsome investigation. And I think I'll stop there for the moment. And again, I'm happy if council would like to read the entire statement. But I will say that the city stands with Deputy Chief Redfern.
And just for clarification, you mentioned a trial. Could you just tell people what trial you're referring to, please?
The Elijah McClain trial.
Well, the officers who were involved in the
certainly
being
it is
prosecuted
against
for the death of.
I apologize. Yes, for those that don't know, there was an incident in Aurora, and where I don't want to get into it. Right?
No, I just that
yes.
the trial is the trial of the officers.
Yes,
because of their involvement in the
exactly,
death of Elijah
McClain. And Deputy Chief Redfern is speaking on behalf of the prosecution against the officers involved in the death of young Elijah McClain.
Everything that I wanted to say was already said by Rachel and Lauren, but I do want to thank all the students and young people that came here tonight to talk with us during open comment. It's always wonderful to have students and young people here, and we listen and we appreciate your input, especially in regards to Folsom Street. By the way, my daughter just got hit by a car on Folsom Street, and I agree with you about the lighting, and we'll hopefully get something happening in the next year or two, we hope. Okay.
Yeah, really appreciated everybody who came out tonight and for your very perceptive and informative testimony. So thanks everyone. And with the rowing folks, we will be following up. So appreciate your thoughts. And with that, we will move on from open comment. And I'll just note before we get to our consent agenda, unfortunately, Junie Joseph's internet connection has not been stable enough for her to stay in the meeting. So just FYI, she's not currently in attendance, but we hope it'll firm back up again and she'll be able to rejoin later. So if we can move on. Alicia, please.
All right, thank you, sir. The next item on tonight's agenda is our consent agenda item number 3, and it consists of items 3A through 3G.
Thank you. And I think before we get into that, we do have, I believe, a short presentation on item 3D. So perhaps we can have Open Space Director Dan Burke come up to talk to us a little bit about that.
And Emily, we have a little slide deck that we'll be showing tonight. While we get booted up with the presentation, I'll just say a few remarks and then turn it over to Heather. My name's Dan Burke, Open Space Mountain Parks Director, and I'm joined to my right by Heather Swanson, our Interim Deputy Director of Resource Stewardship, who will provide you with a brief presentation. We wanted to take a few minutes tonight to provide you with a brief overview of a review that Open Space staff recently undertook to assess our management approach over the last 3 years of the effectiveness of reducing conflict between prairie dogs and our OSMP irrigated agricultural lands. I am pleased to report that overall OSMP is making tremendous progress in reducing this conflict. We're restoring health back to some of our most impacted agricultural properties. All the while, we're continuing to support a very robust and healthy prairie dog population throughout our system, which was a goal overall of this management approach. While OSMP's program assessment found that our management approach is working quite well and we are making strides in reducing that conflict, in our assessment of what is working well and what could be refined, staff did identify a few management refinements that we're intending to make to improve the effectiveness of the program. And 2 of those refinements actually require council approval. And that's why we have an item on the consent agenda tonight. And I will turn things over to Heather Swanson, who will walk you through a little bit high level of that management assessment and then the 2 items that are before you tonight.
Thanks, Dan. Hi, Council. So Dan gave you a nice sort of overview of what I'm going to talk about. I wanted to provide a few more details so you understand what's on your consent agenda and where it's coming from. Next slide. So prairie dog management on OSMP lands has been something that the city and the Boulder community have been working on for several decades. And our most recent management guidance comes from the Open Space and Mountain Parks Grassland Ecosystem Management Plan, which was approved by City Council in 2010. Currently, on our OSMP system, we have over 5,000 acres of prairie dog occupancy. And that's actually the highest level that we've seen since we began mapping on open space lands in 1996. The Grassland Ecosystem Management Plan lays out how we will manage prairie dogs on all OSMP properties and lays out areas for conservation, which are our grassland preserves, prairie dog conservation areas, and multiple objective areas, and areas where there might be conflict between prairie dogs and other priority land management designations. And so those are the transition and removal areas. Next slide. And back in 2018 and 2019, staff, at the urging of the community and our Open Space Board of Trustees, began to assess very high levels of conflict that we were seeing, especially in the northern part of our open space system, on those transition and removal areas where we have irrigated agricultural production that happens on those leased lands. And so in September of 2020, Council took action based on the staff and Open Space Board of Trustees' recommendations. And one of the findings as part of that discussion was that irrigated agriculture is a public improvement project. And that was important because prairie dog management is regulated within the Wildlife Protection Ordinance. And public improvement projects are one of the situations in which lethal control, under certain circumstances, may be an appropriate way to control wildlife. So at the time, a special permit for lethal control and capture of the prairie dogs, as well as for some limited burrow damage and destruction, was issued within the confines of the ordinance. And this was confined to what was at the time defined as the northern project area, which is this piece shown on the map, which is generally northwest of the Diagonal Highway and north of J Road. And this was really the area in 2020 where we had the highest level of conflict. And we're starting to see high levels of degradation of our irrigated agricultural lands. Next slide. So as council discussed what was called the preferred alternative from staff and the Open Space Board of Trustees, next. What this contained was discussion and a recognition that irrigated agricultural lands are the best opportunity for agriculture on open space and mountain parks. We also have large acreage of properties that are under different types of agricultural production, especially grazing on native grasslands. That was not the focus of this conversation. This was focused on those agricultural parcels that are reliant on irrigation water that's applied by agricultural producers. So these are the best opportunities on open space for agriculture, and reducing conflict on these irrigated lands warranted the use of lethal control. Part of the direction from City Council was that open space and mountain parks would undertake this removal on irrigated lands within that northern project area I just showed you and described. Next. Annually, we would relocate 40 acres of prairie dogs and between 100 and 200 acres of prairie dogs through lethal control. Next. After removal, we use barriers to discourage recolonization, which has the impact of reducing ongoing lethal control after removal. Next. And we're undertaking restoration following removal on properties where either the irrigation infrastructure, the soil, or some other aspects of the property are heavily degraded, and so restoration is necessary before agriculture can be returned to the property. Next. And in those areas where we haven't yet removed prairie dogs, or where prairie dog removal isn't going to be happening in the immediate future, we're using coexistence to help control weeds, improve or maintain vegetation cover, improve soil health, and prevent erosion. And that's done through a number of different things that staff are engaged in, including a lot of experimental things to see what might work in the presence of prairie dogs to meet some of those goals. Next. And so since that direction from Council in 2020, staff have been implementing the program, which has resulted in the removal of over 457 acres of prairie dogs from irrigated agricultural lands. Complete restoration of 72 acres to agricultural production, with another 290 acres in progress. And the rest of those acres are ones that already had a lessee on the land and could just simply be returned to agricultural production without a heavy restoration need first. We've installed over 71,000 linear feet of barriers. Overall, the cost of the program has been over $1.8 million. Prairie dog management and barriers especially are quite expensive. And we had made a commitment in 2020 to assess the program after 3 years, since a lot of this was stuff that had not been done previously on open space and mountain park lands, to make sure that it was being implemented in the most efficient and effective way possible, and to look at any lessons that we might have learned through implementation. Next. So we did do this assessment earlier in the year, and what we've learned is that overall the program has been quite successful and is really functioning as intended. We are making some minor changes within the management direction that we received from Council as far as how we implement things such as bringing lethal control in-house rather than through contractors, which will result in a lot of efficiency and cost savings. We also saw that the burrow disturbance that was allowed of 6 inches did not seem to impact our prairie dog occupancy at all. And we also looked at current conditions across the system and found that there are also high priority opportunities for prairie dog removal and agricultural land restoration outside the project area, again on irrigable lands on open space. Next. So we went to the Open Space Board of Trustees to discuss expansion of the preferred alternative system-wide. And that really is limited to those areas that are irrigable lands designated as transition and removal areas. As I said, we're really not changing the management of our conservation areas at all with this program. It's really focused on those best opportunity agricultural areas. Next. And as we saw in our assessment, not all of the best opportunities were within that northern project area. So at this point, we would like to have the opportunity to take some of those best opportunities, to take advantage of some of those best opportunities while continuing removal in the northern project area and making progress on those conflicts. Next. And outside of the project area, notably, there are some areas where very small prairie dog colonies have become established in currently productive irrigated agricultural fields. And those are really great opportunities to remove a small number of prairie dogs and prevent the conflict from becoming far more substantial, resulting in far more prairie dogs being removed and a lot more degradation to the property. Next. And in addition to the removal as part of that project, we're also hoping to allow that 6 inches of ground disturbance that was allowed as part of the program in the northern project area as part of typical ongoing agricultural activities due to the fact that we didn't see negative impacts to the prairie dogs of that. In addition, with appropriate notification, for some specific circumstances, 12 inches of disturbance to burrows would be allowed. Next. And so here is what appears on your consent agenda, what we would like to request of City Council tonight. I'll give you a minute to read through that if you need to, and I'm certainly happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Heather. Any questions for Heather or Dan on this topic? Yes, Nicole.
I just have one question. As we're moving to more regenerative agriculture models for some of these spaces, will that naturally help out with some of these issues that we're having?
It will. So on those areas that don't have the prairie dog conflict, that certainly is a great strategy to be addressing soil loss, soil degradation, and effective use of the irrigation water that we have. And so in a lot of these properties, that is exactly what's happening after the prairie dogs are removed. We are experimenting with some coexistence strategies related to regenerative agriculture, and there's actually one of our lessees and a community group associated with them is working on kind of full-scale regenerative agriculture in the presence of prairie dogs to see what strategies might work well and others that might not. But in general, at this point, it's after prairie dog removal that regenerative agriculture is really valuable.
Seeing no other questions, thanks so much, Heather and Dan, for presenting to us on this topic. Any other questions or comments about the consent agenda? I got Rachel and then Bob.
Just one on 3F, which is the police oversight, Boulder Revised Code 1981. In our packet, there were 2 versions of the revised ordinance. One is the one that's being recommended, and then the other is pretty annotated with recommendations from people who worked on it, and a couple pages of their thoughts, and then some notes in the margins and things. And I don't know that was sort of cobbled together in a meaningful way for us in the packet. So just wondering, will we have a representative from that working group at our meeting for second reading and get some time to compare and understand, and so the community can testify and we can ask questions?
Sure. Thank you so much, Councilmember. In addition to our consultant, Farrah Muscadin, who'll be here on the 19th to talk through it, we will have representatives for our working group. We've invited them as well, and they will be available to respond to questions. Yep.
Thanks.
Bob, Matt?
My comment is on item 3E, which is a proposed letter from City Council to the County Commissioners. I just want to thank our colleague Matt Benjamin for writing the letter on behalf of Council, and I hope that we adopt it tonight. Thanks a lot, Matt.
Yeah, thanks for that. And just, I'll call on Matt and then myself. Go ahead, Matt.
Thanks, Aaron. I appreciate the kind words, Bob. I just wanted to reference that the letter, as was in the agenda for the last few days since posted, has since been updated to reflect the edits that our council colleagues made at the September 22nd meeting, and the fact that the county commissioners did indeed fund the day shelter. So edits by Councilmember Friend and others have been made to that. So just for people wondering where that might be, it has been updated with such. And my expectation is, if adopted on consent, that staff will kind of do another flush of edits and get it looking pretty, and then get it formal for submission.
Thanks for that, Matt. To clarify, the county commissioners added funding for the Boulder shelter for the homeless.
Correct. Sorry, did I say day shelter?
You did, yeah.
Mm-hmm. So shows you what's on my mind.
We live to make everything look pretty.
And I'll just note, I was just speaking with County Commissioner Claire Levy yesterday. The commissioners are looking forward to receiving the letter and do plan to send us a response after some period of time. And so just want to check, Neri, are we going to, tomorrow, are we going to kind of formally email that over once we've gotten this approved?
Once it's approved, we will certainly be sending that over immediately.
Okay, great, thanks. Nicole?
So Junie and I just wanted to speak for a moment about item 3C, the council employee evaluation process. It's now an appropriate time to do that?
Yes.
Okay, excellent. So Nuria and Teresa, we just wanted to say we recognize it's not an easy job that you two are tasked with doing. You're leading our staff at a time when we have a lot of competing priorities and fewer resources to address them all. When we're pushing the edges of many community conversations and often setting new precedents. And when we're dealing with natural disasters and social injustice and systemic failures that make everything harder. Through all this challenge, you both are fearless in your willingness to step into these hard spaces and help us navigate a path forward. From this evaluation process, we know that the 9 of us on council, your staff, and your peers in other cities see and appreciate the exceptional work that you're doing. We all appreciate you both for your humility and willingness to learn and grow in your positions and your compassion and care for this community. Your courageous leadership is exactly what we need right now, and we're very grateful that you're working with us.
Hear, hear. Absolutely.
Thanks.
Junie?
Thank you for your words, Nicole, and I just wanted to echo her thanks and to let the community know how grateful I am and honored to be a member of this committee with my friend and fellow council member, and to see the great work that our city attorney and our city manager has been doing on our behalf. We know that it is not easy to work for the people of Boulder because they are very active community members and they expect so much from us. And I can tell you, based on the evaluation, that these 2 council employees have done such a great and excellent job. And I'm just grateful to be part of the committee and to know that the city is in great hands. So thank you so much. And thank you to all the council members for responding to all the questions and we've sent in over time, and also to all the city staff as well for answering the evaluation. So I'm just grateful to have had this opportunity, and thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll say that I was not necessarily expecting there to be a conversation about this, but I want to say that on a personal level, and I think I can speak for Teresa as well, although certainly she can step in, but it is a privilege to serve this community. It is a privilege to serve what I truly believe is in partnership with each and one of you on council. This work is hard and does not get done by only one side of the equation. This work has to be done in conjunction and in partnership with policymakers and along with staff. And I will say that I pale, and I appreciate the kind words, I pale in comparison to the extraordinary talent that we have in our staff team. The leadership team, and I call leadership amongst the entirety of the city organization. They are amazing in all the work that they do, and each and every staff member deserves all the credit for the things as we move forward. So I am humbled by your thoughts, and frankly humbled to serve this organization, and am really privileged to do so. So it is appreciated. Thank you.
Teresa, I just see you unmuted there.
Yes, that's right. So I echo Nuria's sentiments. It's a real pleasure to serve this community, and it's my honor to do so. While it is challenging to serve such an active community, I wouldn't have it any other way. Certainly our team, the people who work for the city of Boulder, who have servants' hearts and unending dedication and commitment, and put in countless hours and blood, sweat, and tears, really make this a terrific team to work with. And I really appreciate the partnership and working hand in hand with our talented council. And so thank you very much for the opportunity, and I appreciate the kind words.
Well, thanks for those words, Nuria and Teresa. You are both exemplary in every way, and it is an honor and a pleasure to work together. So grateful for the partnership. And wanted to say a big thank you to Nicole and Junie on the evaluation committee for this is not a small amount of work to get to this point. So really appreciate everything the two of you did to get us here. And with that, maybe somebody might be interested in a motion on the consent agenda.
I make a motion to pass the consent agenda.
Second.
Motion and a second. Could we do a roll call, please, Elisha?
Yes, sir. Thank you. Tonight's roll call for consent agenda items A through G will begin with Mayor Pro Tem Wallach.
My vote is yes, except for item G, on which I am going to vote no.
Thank you, sir. Councilmember Weiner.
Yes.
Yates.
Yes.
Benjamin.
Yes.
Mayor Brockett.
Yes.
Councilmember Folkerts.
Yes.
Friend.
Yes.
Joseph.
Yes.
And Spear.
Yes.
The consent agenda items A through G are hereby passed unanimously with the noted nay for item G for Mayor Pro Tem Wallach.
Great. Thanks very much. If we can go to our first public hearing, please.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Tonight's public hearings are number 5 on the agenda. 5A is the consideration of the following items that are related to a petition to annex a property at 3033 3rd Street with an initial zoning designation of residential low 1 RL1 is referenced under LUR 2021-00049. There are 2 items. First, we have the Resolution 1333, setting forth the findings of facts and conclusions. And we have the second reading and consideration of a motion to adopt Ordinance 8582, which is annexing to the City of Boulder approximately 0.27 acres of land.
Wonderful. You all set? Wonderful. We have Allison Blaine with us tonight, and council, as always, a lovely and reminder that we have somebody who's presenting for the first time. And so I know that you will be lovely and gracious with her as we go into this next item. Allison?
Thank you.
Welcome, Allison.
Thanks. Can everyone hear me? Great. Good evening, City Council and members of the public. There we go. The item before you tonight is the annexation of approximately 0.27 acres of land with an initial zoning designation of RL1 located at 3033 3rd Street. And to provide a quick history and background of the process to date, on August 17th, Council considered the annexation petition and first reading of Ordinance 8582. Tonight, Council is considering second reading of annexation ordinance and the adoption of Resolution 1333, which requires a public hearing. Formal feedback from the public was received and sent directly to Council. That individual vocalized support for the annexation. Planning Board reviewed the proposed annexation and initial zoning on August 1st, and the Board voted to recommend that Council approve the request. The site is located on the western boundary of city limits along 3rd Street between Evergreen Ave and Delwood Ave. Properties along 3rd Street have been annexing into the city for the past couple of years. And the majority of the site is located in Area 2, which refers to land that may be annexed per the BVCP. A small portion is in Area 3, which refers to land that may be annexed for preservation purposes. The blue line also runs through the site, and the Area 3 to the west of it is subject to an existing scenic easement from 1981, which requires that the portion remain undeveloped and preserved in its rural state. The site is already connected to city utilities and will be redeveloped with a single-family home upon annexation. However, no development can occur to the west of the blue line. The applicant is requesting RL1 zoning consistent with the surrounding properties adjacent to the site. The RL1 district is described as single-family detached residential dwelling units at low to very low residential densities. An annexation agreement is required as part of the process, and annexation terms are written to anticipate any future development of the property. Two of these terms include the Area 3 preservation and conveyance, which states that Area 3 portion will remain in its natural and rural state per the existing scenic easement. Upon request, the Area 3 portion of the property must be conveyed to the city. And the second includes inclusionary housing, which states that for each new market rate or non-affordable unit constructed, the property owner will pay 2 times the applicable cash in lieu fee. These are the 3 factors that are reviewed for annexation shown here. Staff and Planning Board found that the application complies with state annexation statutes. It meets the 1/6 contiguity requirement, and there is community interest to annex. The majority of the site is within Area 2 and has the potential to be developed and provides community benefit in the form of cash in lieu fees and preservation, and therefore meets BVC Policy 1.17D. And last, the application is consistent with the proposed zone as RL1 supports detached single-family uses. All future development will need to comply with city solar and energy requirements as well as compatible development standards. Staff and Planning Board find the proposed annexation consistent with state statutes, the BVCP, and initial zoning, and therefore recommends council adopt the following motion. And that's it.
Very nicely done. Any questions for Allison? I am not seeing anything. Lauren, did you have something you wanted to say?
So I did want to make a disclosure. As I've mentioned in the past, I have previously done work for the property owners, given the amount of time that has passed, and I do not feel conflicted in this matter.
Okay, thanks. Seeing no questions, let's go to the public hearing. We have one person signed up, which is Lynn Siegel. Lynn, you have 3 minutes to speak.
I no longer see Lynn on the online list. Has she perhaps joined us in person?
I don't believe so. So we will then close the public hearing.
Okay.
And bring it back to City Council. Any comments or, a motion? I mean, I can jump right in here if people don't mind. So I'll go ahead. There's 2 motions here. The first motion is to, I move that we adopt Resolution 1333, setting forth findings of fact and conclusions regarding the annexation of a 2.27 acres of land generally located at 3033 3rd Street to the City of Boulder.
Second.
And I'll just speak briefly that this seems very straightforward, and it's good to bring edge properties like this into the city when we have the chance. So grateful for the partnership with the property owners. Roll call.
Yes, sir. Thank you. We'll start this roll call for the adoption of Resolution 1333 with Councilmember Weiner.
Yes.
Yates.
Yes.
Benjamin.
Yes.
Mayor Brockett.
Yes.
Folkerts.
Yes.
Friend.
Yes.
Joseph.
Yes.
Spear.
Yes.
And Mayor Pro Tem Wallet.
Yes.
Resolution 1333 is hereby adopted unanimously.
Great. I'll move on to move that we adopt Ordinance 8582, annexing to the City of Boulder approximately 0.27 acres of land with an initial zoning designation of RL1, as described in Chapter 9.5 Modular Zone System, amending the zoning district map, forming a part of said chapter to include said property in the above-mentioned zoning district, and setting forth related details.
Second.
Motion is second. Now, I don't feel the need to make further comments, so if we could have a vote, please.
Yes, sir. We'll start the vote for Ordinance 8582 with Councilmember Yates.
Yes.
Benjamin.
Yes.
Mayor Brockett.
Yes.
Councilmember Folkerts.
Yes.
Friend.
Yes.
Joseph.
Yes.
Spear.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Wallach.
Yes.
And Councilmember Weiner.
Yes.
Ordinance 8582 is hereby adopted unanimously.
Very good. Welcome to the City of Boulder. Allison, I can't promise that every single one of your items will be this straightforward, but we can hope, right? Yeah. Thanks for joining us. All right, next public hearing, please. This one is maybe we'll need a little bit more time.
It's a mouthful, so I'll talk slowly. Our next public hearing is item 5B on tonight's agenda. It consists of the consideration of the following items relating to the 2024 budget. First, we have the introduction of Ordinance 8595, which is adopting a budget for the City of Boulder. Second, we have the introduction of Ordinance 8596, which is establishing the 2023 City of Boulder property mill levies. Item number 3 is the introduction of Ordinance number 8597, which is appropriating money to defray expenses and liabilities of the City of Boulder. And last is number 4, introducing Ordinance 8598, which is amending various chapters related to fees and tax imposed on non-residential development and legislative intent and definitions.
Thank you so much.
I'm so sorry to interrupt. We need to start interpretation for this item. And we just need a moment to do that. I apologize, we did not get a chance to do it before the meeting started. And I would like to let folks know who are online how they can access the language of their choice. So I am going to add our interpreters, and then I will launch the function. I am now launching the function, and you should see an icon at the bottom of your screen. And that icon is what you click on to choose the language of your choice that you would like to experience this item in tonight. I am just going to show a quick slide so that those instructions also appear in Spanish. As we've mentioned, I am not able to read them in Spanish myself, but want to be sure that those in the audience who speak Spanish can see that. Also, this is a good opportunity to remind everyone speaking during tonight's item, including council members, staff, and the public who are participating in the hearing, we invite you to speak slowly so that our interpreters may accurately interpret you into Spanish. Also, we may have community members who are participating and speaking in Spanish this evening, and that will be interpreted into English through Zoom. And you who are in person will hear that interpretation. We will do it consecutively, meaning the person speaking Spanish will speak, and then the interpreter will say what they said in English afterwards. And so that is how that will continue, but it will also come through Zoom. So you should be able to hear it well, and we appreciate everyone in participating in greater language access in our city processes here at the City of Boulder. Thank you so much. Let me just test that function, please. Just making sure that our interpreters can hear me. Again, we appreciate your patience as we make sure the tool is working. I'm going to switch into English. And we'll look for a thumbs up from both of our interpreters to make sure that they can hear me. Rosabelle, can you hear me? I have a hand up. Yes, did you need to check in with us, Rosabelle? Or Kelly? Great, thank you so much. I appreciate it. You guys are fantastic. Thank you for being here, and again for increasing our language access here for our business processes. And thank you for this moment. I'll turn it back over to you.
Thanks, Brenda. So glad we're having interpretation services for this important item. And so I will turn to Nuria to get us started, please.
Thank you so much, Mayor. I just had a flashback of perhaps one day we'll be doing this all in Spanish first and then doing it in English at another time. Or maybe that's a forward vision, not a flashback.
I want to just thank council. This is, we're coming again to you with budget. I know we had a large presentation, a long presentation at the previous study session, but this is one of the most important documents that we bring before you for action. I'll say that we want to appreciate all your comments and your ability to let us know some of your thoughts about the budget, some of your potential additions, some of the modifications you might want to make. So, and then I want to mostly thank the finance team, who has been extraordinary, alongside with departments that are moving this forward. They were quickly able to hear what you had to say, get your comments and your input, and translate that. I'm going to turn it over to Cara to really kick us off, and I'll say that you'll note that we have Mark Wolf here, currently in his same position as budget officer. We decided not to let him off the hook until the budget ended, but as you know, he has been recently selected and promoted to be our next assistant city manager, so thank you.
Thank you, Nuria. Cara Skinner, Chief Financial Officer, and this will be a quick intro. As Nuria mentioned, we did have a lengthy presentation of the budget at the September 14th budget session, and we answered many council questions, and then we did develop a process for you all to share your proposed changes. So I will shortly here hand it over to Mark to walk through a very high-level budget overview, and then to walk through those proposed changes that you shared with us. But before I do that, as Nuria mentioned, I just wanted to do a special shout out to Mark and all the contributions that he's made to the budget process in the 2 years that he has been with our team. He really had the vision and developed an incredible 3-year plan to implement the budgeting for resilience, and really executed on the first 2 years of that plan. So super thankful for that. The good news is he built a tremendous team, so we'll be able to continue that work as he shifts down to the Tate building, but we know where he is and we know how to get a hold of him. So with that, I will hand it over to Mark.
Thank you, Cara. Thank you both. Really appreciate those words, and humbled by the opportunity. Super excited to continue to serve this community and this organization. So much appreciation, and looking forward to the challenge ahead. I also get a chance to, every time we're up here, lift up the work of the budget staff, as Cara mentioned, and budget staff across the entire organization. So really looking forward to doing that again this evening, and walking through our 2024 budget briefly. So as we've mentioned, we've spent a lot of time with you talking through the 2024 recommended budget. Tonight we'll touch at a high level on that budget, and then we'll also talk about the council proposed changes before we turn to questions of staff, and then we'll have our public hearing, and then I believe council members will have an opportunity at that point to speak to any proposed changes to the recommended budget. And that is the agenda that I just talked through. So at a high level, the 2024 recommended budget is a $514.8 million budget across all funds. As we've discussed before, that represents a slight decrease over the published number last year. That is because of a change in how we are appropriating bond proceeds. So a better number to look at is the total budget excluding utilities, which represents about a 4.7% increase year over year. And then we talk a lot about the general fund, because it is maybe our most constrained in terms of competing priorities, but also our most flexible. The general fund is a $196.1 million proposal for 2024, which represents just over 4% increase over the 2023 budget. This slide you have seen before. It is maybe the thing we watch the closest within the general fund is the difference between our ongoing sources of funding versus the ongoing uses. Meaning that the ongoing uses, such as services, the people that provide those services, need to have a corresponding ongoing source of funding. So think sales tax or property taxes coming in. We have been able to make a lot of investments that meet community needs, especially over the past 2 years and including this budget. As we look ahead and utilizing the projections as they stand today, we are looking at a very constrained environment, as you have heard, over the next several years in the general fund. We'll talk a bit, as we have, about a long-term financial strategy to hopefully help with solutions to this issue, but certainly something that we'll highlight as long as this issue persists. And that last slide was showing what would happen if 2A, as proposed on the ballot this November, were to pass. So that 0.15 expiring sales and use tax was approved to be extended this November. We don't presume voter action in the budget, so our fund financial for the general fund is published looks like this, which is not a pretty picture. The bottom line is fund balance after reserves, and you'll see that number growing into the negative. This is if the 0.15 is not renewed. So that would mean 2A would not pass this November, and then it would be allowed to expire at the end of 2024. So just to be clear, there would be one more opportunity in 2024 to renew the 0.15 sales and use tax. If it is not renewed, we are in a pretty dire situation in the general fund. So just noting that that's how the fund financial will look. Voters will have a chance to weigh in on that. This scenario would indicate we'd have to make some significant structural changes to the general fund as it sits today. Now to the positive side is looking at our 2024 budget highlights. We are excited by the many investments that we were able to make within this 2024 budget. This boils down a very complicated budget into a few highlights. There are many awesome items that we covered in the last study session, and hopefully council and community have had a chance to peruse OpenGov to see some of the many other investments in the 2024 budget. Some specific highlights include our continuation of behavioral health response program dollars, including our crisis intervention teams, both the CARE and CERT program, our non-law enforcement and co-law enforcement response programs. Funding in human services, basic needs and community funding, including expanded health equity funding, funding for home improvements within manufactured home communities, continued implementation of our community wildfire resilience efforts, including the implementation of our community wildfire protection plan, and new community wildfire mitigation grant program coming in 2024. Continued work in safe and managed public spaces, including the proposal to continue the ambassador and urban park rangers aspects of that program. Continued investments in our city employees. This includes an update to the living wage to reflect our current conditions, and wage adjustments in support of recent employee union contracts. And last but not least, implementation of key capital investments, especially within our community culture, resilience, and safety, or CCRS tax, including investments at the East Boulder Community Center, Civic Area Phase 2, and Fire Stations 2 and 4 over the next 6 years. And a little bit more detail on the 2024 through 2029 Capital Improvement Program, or CIP. In 2024, the planned investment is $141 million, $903 million over the course of the 6-year CIP, and that includes our CCRS investments as outlined. In addition, some significant investments for alpine balsam, utilities, and transportation. I will try and slow down. For our long-term financial implications and strategy, I won't go into long detail since we've discussed much of this with council previously. This is to say that we know we're in a constrained environment within the general fund, and we will make plans to figure out some strategies in the future on how to improve the outlook. That includes having a deep understanding of our unfunded needs. Certainly, we've talked at different points about especially core maintenance needs, and also the investments that are called for in many of our current accepted master plans. We will continue to implement budgeting for resilience, moving towards data-based decision-making. That is a work in progress, but as we continue to align and lean into that work, we hope that will help identify areas where we make current investments that may not meet our goals or outcomes in the best way possible. And so maybe there's ways to realign resources as that work continues. We are in the middle of efforts to create a citywide strategic plan. We again hope this will help with prioritization. There will be some continued engagement with City Council on that work, and that will help inform the future of master planning and ultimately replacing that tool. So something, especially from a financial perspective, could be more helpful. And I mentioned intersection with City Council. We hope that these tools will be helpful in future priority setting. And last but certainly not least is continuing work with the Financial Strategy Committee and the development of a long-term financial strategy. We think this is key to the financial health of the organization and our ability to make those key investments and react quickly to community needs. This work is also underway. We'll continue through this fall and winter, and we look forward to, in fact, a conversation in a couple weeks with Financial Strategy Committee on this strategy development. All right, and as outlined on September 14th, we did request a specific process for council proposed changes to the recommended budget. We asked for those changes to be submitted by September 25th. That was so that we could include those changes in the council packet. Thank you to those of you who have submitted those. We were able to include in the packet. That doesn't mean that that's the end. Certainly it is under council's discretion to review the recommended budget and propose changes this evening. As Financial Strategy Committee members outlined on September 14th, we would like those funding proposals to come with an appropriate trade-off or a specific funding identification. Especially important is that the source of funds match the type of expense. So if it's a one-time expense, so only in 2024, capital in nature, typically those could be supported through a one-time use of funds, one-time revenues. For ongoing, for services, service expansions, we would need to identify an ongoing source of funding. So just noting that, and certainly appreciate the conversation coming later this evening. Another example that if we do need a large expansion or different use of funds in terms of ongoing funding, that we would need to be aware of that. Don't necessarily need to solve that this evening, but just making sure that we're mindful of the source of funds as we make potential changes to the 2024 budget. All right, and I'll go through these quickly. I'm not going to get into the merits of each of these council proposed changes. You all will have a chance to speak to that later this evening. We have provided some additional information to help with the consideration of these changes, and I'll just run through those really quickly. For ease of identification this evening, I'll speak to these as the number we've outlined. It corresponds to the number that we have in the memo as well. So for the number one, Councilmember Folkerts, my understanding is this is a realignment of current Safe and Managed Public Spaces, or SAMPS, program funds to support additional parks and rec investments. So that would be budget neutral if those were realigned within the funds where those dollars are currently programmed. Number two, Councilmember Friend, additional pavement management. We will have a conversation about the funding level and source, and we are prepared to speak to that this evening. We do have transportation staff ready to go for that conversation. For number three, Councilmember Spear, looking at reallocating a portion of council travel budget to support additional dollars for community connectors and residents. So this would be a realignment and budget neutral. Number four, 5 and 6 from Councilmember Spear are related to different uses of the SAMPS program dollars. Give you a chance a little bit later to speak to that. Again, would be budget neutral as long as those were realigned within the funds that are corresponding to where those current investments are. Number 7 is from Councilmember Wallach, looking at deferring spending on FAA-related projects at the airport. We believe we've accomplished the spirit of that, which we're happy to speak to without reducing that appropriation. We can get into that a little bit later. Number 8 from Councilmember Weiner is looking at funds for pavement, additional funds for pavement management as well. Again, we will speak to that. And then also from Councilmember Weiner, number 9, looking at underpass, additional funds for underpass lighting and maintenance. And again, we have transportation staff ready to speak to that. And last but not least is looking at number 10 from Councilmember Yates, look for additional funds to support the ambassador program via the Central Area General Improvement District. This would be a net enhancement within CAGID, and we'll speak to that in a moment. And then last, and apologies, this categorization is not in your packets, but I'll explain this really quickly. Hopefully this will help inform discussion tonight. We've tried to not weigh in individually on council member proposed changes. We certainly will help with the discussion tonight as prompted. We thought this may be helpful in trying to categorize these proposed changes in different ways, starting with what may have more limited budget and policy impact. Number 3 and 10, starting with the reallocation of a portion of council's travel budget. Again, our understanding is it doesn't expand the program of community connectors per se, wouldn't impact council travel, at least from an historical spend. So from a policy implication standpoint, there's limited impact there. And then with the proposal to support additional dollars for the ambassador program via CAGID, there is CAGID as a fund can support that. And our understanding is that does not represent an expansion of the ambassador program, but to fund it as it currently stands. So from a policy perspective, 3 and 10 are a little bit more limited in scope. 2, 8, and 9 related to pavement management and underpass lighting and maintenance. Depends. It depends on the amount of resources that would be requested in that area. We're happy to help guide that discussion. We have some thoughts, especially related to pavement management, on what the transportation fund could potentially support. And then items 1, 4, 5, and 6 relate to the repurposing of the Safe and Managed Public Spaces Program funds. And again, the recommended budget did include funding for SAMPS. Staff believes that work should continue. And so from a policy perspective, certainly under the purview of council to say, you know what, that program isn't working, let's look at these other solutions. So just be aware that represents a policy shift, and we'll need to talk through the one-time versus ongoing sources of funds for those. And then last but not least, the item number 7, and again related to the FAA-related project spending at the airport. If we were to reduce the appropriation, there would be some implications there. But again, we believe we've found a solution that would wait for a policy decision related to the airport before pursuing spending additional FAA dollars. So just as a note there. So that gives you a little bit of an overview of how staff is looking at proposed changes. And again, we have staff from just about everywhere tonight to talk through any of these or other questions that come up. And that is the end of our presentation.
Thanks so much, Mark. And so council, here's what I propose is for the council suggested changes that we talk about those during council discussion, including questions to the council members who proposed them or to staff regarding the proposals, but to give, under discussion, to give council members a chance to speak briefly to each proposal, and we can talk it through, including questions. So what I would say is right now, ask questions that are not directly related to the council proposed changes would be what I would suggest. Lauren.
I would like to start off by breaking that rule just because I have a point of clarification around one of my proposed change. Okay. I think that, as you were speaking to that slide, you suggested that it would be a major, I'm sorry, I forget the wording, a major policy change. Did that take into account the fact that mine was not removing all of the SAMS funding as what you said sort of suggested?
And apologies if I mischaracterized that. Are you referring to the one-time dollars that you were looking at?
I was thinking that it would be the $1.3 million increase that we made last year. That's the part that I would like to take.
Yeah, so and I think we'll get there. I believe we have about $900,000 this year proposed for 24. That would extend with one-time dollars the ambassador program and the park rangers program. So that those programs, or those aspects of the program funded with one-time dollars, is that what you'd like to reallocate?
I would like to bring the program back to the 2021 funding levels of $1.8 million as opposed to the $3.1 million that is proposed in the current budget.
Got you. Okay. That's a helpful clarification, and I'll have the team make sure we have the right numbers for consideration as you get to that part of the discussion.
Yep. General questions, Nicole?
Yeah, I just had a question because I couldn't remember this number, and I thought maybe you all might because you're better at remembering numbers than me. If 2A doesn't pass and our original extension ballot measure goes on the ballot in 2024, as we were initially going to do for this year, and it passes with a full renewal, how much money do we have then in our kind of wiggle room for the next 4, 5, 6 years?
It's a good question. So I believe you're asking if essentially the expiring 0.15 were to be extended as it currently is as a general fund undedicated tax. I'd have to look up the exact number. I think it's between $2 and $3 million of room annually from an ongoing perspective that we'd be able to add or take on within the general fund.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, that was around where I was thinking. I just couldn't remember the numbers. Thank you.
Matt?
Thanks, Aaron. My question is kind of around the budget implication for removing the SAMPs, and I think maybe Lauren's question clarified, but I'm not sure that that represents everybody's suggestion with regards to removing the SAMPs budget, which is I would imagine the utilities department is still going to have significant expenditures with regards to waterway cleanup that is essential anyway, regardless of whether the SAMPs program in the form we've defined it currently exists. So I'm kind of wondering where the utility department is going to get the funds to do the cleanup that it's going to have to do regardless of whether SAMPs exists or not. So I'm not understanding how it can still be budget neutral if there's still an expense to be incurred on that front.
Hi, Councilmember Benjamin. Thanks for your question. I may phone a friend on some of the mechanics. You are correct that utilities will certainly have general waterway cleanup needs. I think we'd have to dive into the details if it were council's will to essentially repurpose all of the $3 million, about $3 million that is the SAMPs budget. So that does include some work within the stormwater utility fund, and so any budget neutral expenditure would have to be within that fund. There is also additional cleanup activities that are funded through the general fund that are operated by utilities. So certainly that could be expended in the general fund if it were repurposed. But just to make the point that for the encampment management aspects of this program, those are funded with ongoing dollars. So essentially you have people in seats for those. So either those folks would have to find empty seats, or we would be eliminating those positions in order to reallocate those resources, regardless of what fund it is within. Does that help?
No. I mean, I get the repurposing. I think maybe just the answer is the expense that the utility department's going to have to incur to continue to clean up just absorbed other places, or is there still some leftover money that needs to be spent there? I mean, to be budget neutral, are we taking that money from somewhere else to sort of be budget neutral, or is there actually an added expense and so it's not budget neutral? I think that's what I'm asking.
And so we have Joe Tadiucci coming to save the day here and give an answer to the question.
Maybe save that thought until after I speak, but I'll give it a shot. So I'm Joe Tadiucci. I'm the director of the Utilities Department, and I think what Matt is asking is if the SAMPs budget was removed and the utilities crew, the 9 team members who do that work in their trucks and vehicles, went away, but there's still some cleanup along the flood and drainage ways, maybe associated with camping. Like, how would that work get done, and where would that money come from? And I think in our overall budget proposal, we also have 5 new staff members, if I'm remembering correctly, for the flood and greenways program that are aimed at maintenance. And so we could potentially move some people around, and we do still have to maintain the flood and drainage ways and trash racks and things like that. If debris, whether it's from encampments or storm or anything, those have to be cleaned up. So we would still have to do that work.
I appreciate the clarification. So really it means that we, to some extent, we'd be pulling people from doing work in other parts of the city in order to compensate for the lack of work that the SAMPs would be doing, perhaps along Boulder Creek, where we have some of those acute issues. Is that kind of a correct way to evaluate that?
More likely, probably moving people around within utilities to do different kind of work, but elements of it would be similar to what happens in SAMPs and cleaning up trash and debris that's in the flood and drainage ways, but not
Thanks, Joe.
probably not the way it's in the form that it's in now.
Thank you for that. You did save the day. Nice work.
Thanks.
Rachel?
Just a follow-up question on that. So you don't think that we would continue to do that in-house, because previously we were hiring ServPro, and one of the benefits for, and I think it's a little bit broader maybe than, utilities, floodways, or, if there's people are on a bike path, or, wherever there's things, stuff, needles, debris, whatever it is, would that still be in-house? And if so, or I guess the first question is that still going to stay in-house?
I think that may get to some of the proposal details and the policy implications that you'll speak to later. And for those listening, ServPro is an outside vendor that used to help us before we had an internal crew with the camping cleanup. But that work that they did was really associated with the camping ban that the city has. And so that kind of depends on your discussion later in the night.
Okay. I'll ask
whether
later.
there's a role for them or not.
Okay. Not seeing any other questions, so we can go to the public hearing. We have 7 people signed up to speak in person and 4 people virtually. Everyone will get 3 minutes to speak. If you are needing interpretation, then that it's not simultaneous. What is the term for it? The consecutive interpretation, there will be 6 minutes granted so that the speaker and their interpretation can be accommodated within the 6-minute period. Otherwise, you'll have 3 minutes. And our first 3 speakers are Anna.
I'm going to jump in and interrupt again. I'm so sorry, everyone. I'm not usually this rude. I just would ask that the speakers please identify if they're going to speak Spanish before they begin speaking, so that we're going to have to do a little interpreter Zoom magic that we didn't anticipate. So that'll help us do that in order to make sure that we can fully hear your speaking this evening. Thank you.
Great. So, si va a hablar en español, dinos en el comienzo de su hablando. It's a little bit wrong, but bear with me. Okay, so that's our first 3 speakers are Ana Casa Ibarra, Jamal Gilmore, and Selassie Atiasi. Ana Casa.
Hello. As you know, my name is Ana Karina Casas Ibarra. I'm going to speak in English. I have lived in Boulder for over 24 years. And tonight I appreciate the opportunity to speak. And I ask you to please hear our voices. We may not be rich white people who donate thousands of dollars to your campaigns, but our voices matter. Our lives matter. We didn't choose to be born in the places or circumstances in which we were born, but we all have the right to fight for a better life, to work for a better life. In this country, it is okay to exploit or labor, but when we demand rights and benefits, we get demonized. Immigrant communities, documented or undocumented, mostly with mixed status families, living in Boulder, working here, paying taxes, are fundamental to the economy of the city. And we deserve to live here. But we continue to be driven out by the unaffordable homes and high rent. Thank you for allocating funds to affordable home projects, but it is not enough. It is not enough in different ways. It is not enough funding, and these projects are not really affordable, inclusive, or equitable to our community as a whole. Take, for example, the project in Ponderosa. There is approximately $2.3 million allocated to this project for next year. But I ask you, do you really know what happened in this community? The city came in with so many promises for the residents. The city was going to build affordable homes for all the residents, and the immigration status did not matter. That's what they were told. Then the city partnered up with Habitat for Humanity, an organization that requires a 9-digit number. I want you to ask, how many families were displaced? How many families were forced to leave? And now the project has taken so long that families who may have qualified for were forced to leave because their homes were in such bad shape they could not stay there anymore. The residents who are left are tired of waiting, and now they are scared because the homes being built may not be affordable for them. And on top of their mortgage, they are going to pay a $300 a month HOA. So make sure that these families and individuals who are still there stay there. Please allocate funding for affordable housing that would really make a difference in our community. Affordable housing that is affordable for ownership, not just for rent. Create an affordable housing program and project that is really equitable, inclusive, and accessible to all community members. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ana Karina. Now we have Jamal Gilmore, Selassie Atiasi, and Geronimo Palaklos. Geronimo.
How's it going? I'm going to speak in English. My name is Jamal Gilmore. I've been in town for about 25 years. I've been a part of the affordable home housing property ownership program. I did it twice. It was, I have some concerns with it though. I loved it. It was great. I thank you for it. But I think it's called the AMI. I believe that's really out of proportion to what people are paid here in town, even city workers. So I think that should be lowered. I think that will help more people to identify or be a part of the middle or low income housing program. I also think that we need to have more advocacy and help when people are purchasing these homes. I think we as a community need to reach out to other community members that are our new homeowners and to be able to help them through navigate some of the ups and downs of home ownership, which I guess, if you've been in a family that's owned a home before previously, you know more about a home ownership just instinctually. But if you've never, and if you just rented your whole life, you don't know these things. And so I think mental health around that would help out a lot, not just like psychotherapy stuff, but just help out, just get in there and what do you need, what can we do for you, how can we help you further. And when disasters do happen, I think that we need to have more funding for people that got into a property where it wasn't investigated well enough and that they have like mold or any health issues that comes out of this, they can be helped with that as well. I think that would help out tremendously, especially in the affordable housing program, because once you get into that and you have mold and you have to go into the house, it now is not affordable at all at that point. And if there's anything we can do about the rise of the HOA fees in town, some of that it's kind of gangsterish, like there's not much more that's being done, but the value goes up. And if you've bought into that system, that is not affordable anymore. That's all my time. And thank you all for such a wonderful job. I know it's really hard to listen to everybody.
Thanks, Jamal. It's not hard at all. People have great things to say. Selassie Atiasi, Geronimo Palaklos, and Tupac BPL.
Good evening, Council. My name is Selassie Atiasi, originally from Ghana. I've lived in Boulder since 2003, and this is my first time speaking to Council. Today, I am here to represent my African migrant community, and I appreciate you giving me the moment to share with you what my community is saying and feeling. Unfortunately, my community has been shrinking in Boulder over the years due to socio-economic reasons. My African migrant community is made up of families who are resourceful and resilient. Despite all the socio-economic challenges and disadvantages that my community faces, many families take on multiple jobs to be able to cover rent alone, while others also manage to take care of their families here in Boulder and also financially support their relatives and families that still live in the various countries where they migrated from by working multiple jobs. I have tried multiple times encouraging few community members who play leadership roles in our communities to get engaged in local government so they can help make their challenges known firsthand to you, Council, and authorities in the city. The response I often hear is this: what's the point when it's not going to change anything or make a difference? Those in authority don't really care. I can't afford to waste my time trying to engage with local government when I should be spending my time and energy working to take care of my family. The bottom line is that there's a significant amount of distrust between community members and local government. Again, the general feeling is that the city has no interest in our well-being. As a result, community members either move away or have little interest in engaging in the city's local government due to this distrust. So today I'm here to encourage you to determine ways through which this community, among other historically marginalized communities, can begin to build trust in the city's local government. I hope you will consider making room in the 2024 budget to provide some economic opportunities and financial security that will benefit historically marginalized communities. If rent and housing becomes more affordable, there will be no need for parents and guardians to take on multiple jobs. I know there are provisions in the 2024 budget addressing affordable housing, and I encourage you to do much more of such provisions. Thank you.
Thank you, Selassie. Next, we have Geronimo Palaklos, Tupac BPL, and then Adriana Paola Palacios Luna. Do we have Geronimo with us tonight? And then how about Tupac BPL?
Good afternoon, City Council members. I am Tupac Palacios Luna. I have come to share my concerns about what I think is missing from the city budget proposal. In the city, we always find many resources for children. I have benefited from them until I turned 18 years old. As a young adult, I'm on the spectrum of autism. I don't find that many resources and support for me, or I don't know where to find them. What I would like to see is number one, city sponsors scholarships. Number two, internships for the youth of my age now that I'm 18 and a college student. Number three, support on how to navigate systems and resources in the city. Mental health and number four, mental health that are not only psychology happy related. Thank you, everybody, and good night.
Thank you, Tupac. We really appreciate you joining us and sharing that testimony with us. Next, we have Adriana Paola Palacios Luna, followed by Julie Van Domlin.
I'm gonna read so I have my time. Hello, my name is Adriana Paola Palacios Luna, she, her, ella, and I want to acknowledge the city's effort to address the housing crisis, but I think it is very important to see a lot of different categories related to affordable housing in the proposed budget. And also I want to highlight the importance of nonprofit organizations being able to be supported by the city's budget. Like EFA and Growing Up Boulder are organizations with a long history supporting family and children in the city. However, this is insufficient. Nonprofits have emerged through history to cover those needs that governments cannot cover, and coordinated and allied work is crucial in that sense. However, nonprofits work with a charitable focus. In extreme poverty, that's necessary. But on the other hand, I insist that is insufficient. I believe that it's essential for the city to create and subsidize a comprehensive program that actually allows all people in the city to access resources and services that strengthen capabilities for self-sufficiency, invest in housing, youth, well-paid jobs, mental health, and so on, to strengthen people's capabilities, so we do not have to depend on charity. The panorama, I know, is very complex, and charitable organizations should be born with the idea of eventually having to cease to exist. Yet we have not managed to do something as a society to achieve that, and people continue to depend on charity. It's very important that organizations that are getting the funds should define accountability mechanisms to guarantee that these funds will be distributed equitable, because we know sometimes people have been denied the support depending on the case manager that is attending them. So the government should be working very close with the organizations, but also should be providing different other resources, so actually the people do not need to be on charity. We need better housing programs to support all people. Thank you.
Thank you, Adriana. Last in-person speaker is Julie Van Domlin.
I have a presentation. Oh, there we are. Good evening. I'm Julie Van Domlin.
Just get the mic up.
Yep. I'm tall, too. Speaking in English.
Buenas tardes. Soy Puebla en inglés.
Is that?
See our interpreters coming through on the main line.
Puedo hacerlo en español.
Sí. ¿Por qué no en español?
Está bien.
I've not been made an interpreter, so
no, I don't need an
interpreter. Will continue.
Oh. Yeah, no, thank you. I was keeping you out in case we needed you to interpret into English in the general channel. But for now, we need you to not interpret, and I can put you back in the tool if you need to switch. I'll go ahead and plug you back in, Kelly. Thank you.
Thank you, Brenda.
So Brenda, are we good to go with just English and having translation
in the back? Let me know when I can go.
Yep, go ahead. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, good evening. I'm Julie Van Domlin. I'm the executive director at EFA.
It really wants you in Spanish, Julie. I mean, give it a try.
That'd be fun. Está bien.
Okay, I think we're good. Julie, we do really want to hear from you, so please go ahead.
Okay, good evening. I'm Julie Van Domlin. I'm the executive director at EFA, the Emergency Family Assistance Association. I want to thank the budget of the city for increasing the funding for Keep Families Housed by $137,000 I saw in the budget. And I want to tell you what you're going to get for that money. As many of you know, but not all of you might know what Keep Families Housed is. It's a program to prevent family homelessness and to promote essential investments in families and children. It started with the City of Boulder and EFA in 2017, and families with kids can receive rental assistance payments up to $1,000 3 times a year. The first payment is based on need only, and the next 2 are based on essential investments that the family makes in their children, for example, visits to the doctor and the dentist, visits to a financial counselor, all come with wraparound services and resource referrals from EFA. Next slide. We just received our pre and post survey results for the last year. Next slide, please. That's okay. I'll keep going. That tells about the program's outcomes, and I want to share those with you because the program has been fully preventive of homelessness. No family at the post-survey was experiencing any kind of homelessness. About 10 to 20% were in some type of homelessness prior when they started the program. The families reported reductions in difficulty paying rent and utilities. The orange is post and the blue is at baseline. I don't have time tonight to go through all the impacts, but we saw significant reductions in food insecurity, as well as increased economic stability, like less debt, less use of pawn shops and payday loans. When the participants were asked what they used the money besides rent, 58% said it helped them buy more food. 46% said it helped them pay off debts, et cetera, improve mental health, improve physical health, save money. This is an incredibly successful program. It's much cheaper to prevent homelessness than treat it afterwards. And it has a positive effect on children. But this is a budget hearing. So I want to go to the next slide and talk about the financial outlook of this program. Since before COVID, households in need have grown significantly since COVID. We did 390 households in Boulder in our FY19 to about 548 households last year. Rents have increased, so the program costs have gone from $420,000 to $878,000. The city pays about $300,000, and the rest comes in from EFA's private fundraising. The issue we face right now is for
Take a few more seconds since we had technical
For a
problems.
$700,000 budget we have this year, we spent $300,000 in the first quarter. So we're projecting a $500,000 deficit in this program. We hope to have a good fundraising season like we did last year, but we don't think we'll fully be able to fill that given the level of need that we are seeing. That's about 7% of the households with families with kids in Boulder came through our doors last year for this program. So if you have any extra money, I'm hearing you don't, but if you come across any, we'd really appreciate an increase in funding in this program.
Thanks, Julie, and for
Thanks.
the work that you all do.
Yep.
I just want to say congrats on that 100% outcomes.
Yeah.
That's amazing.
amazing.
Thank you.
Yep.
Right, our first three virtual speakers are Marianne Shipley, Gabriela Galindo, and Lynn Siegel.
Cool. Hi, everyone. I'll be speaking in English. So yeah, hi, everyone. I'm Marianne Scheipel. This is my first time participating in a public hearing in Boulder, so thank you so much for this opportunity. I feel so like wow that we're having these conversations with City Council with the budget. But Boulder has a lot of work to do, to be a welcoming space for Black, Indigenous, Latino, and low-income families, from lack of representation and economic equalities to literally people not having access to clean drinking water. We as a community need to do a better job celebrating and supporting our low-income and BIPOC people together. Personally, I've been living in the city for 5 years. That to me is not a lot of time, and I just saw an insane increase of homeless people. I live near the river, sorry, not the river, the creek. I've seen the cost of living being increased and a disgusting lack of attention to our lower income communities, especially now, as we know, climate change, climate chaos is upon us. Our people need resources, they need protection. People need a roof over their heads, protection from this extreme heat and winters. I don't know if you know, heat is already killing more Americans than any other weather, or killing people more than any other weather-related event. And we need access to mental health services, access to outdoors, and of course more weatherization improvements to homes. I want to say too, we can't continue to let our people suffer and quite frankly die from the consequences of systematic racism. And again, at this point, climate change. Yeah, this is a civil responsibility I think we should all uphold together. And with that, I think these programs are a great step. Again, it's very, like, wow, that we're taking these steps and having these conversations and all good. And although this sounds good on paper, as we've been hearing this evening, it isn't enough. There's consequences to these programs, as in Ponderosa, people are being displaced. We have families and people living in fear of being priced out of their homes that they've been living for decades. And I echo that there needs to be protection for those being displaced, systems of accountability that actually hold weight, equitable income, protection against higher rent, HOAs, and more authentic engagement with these communities to learn their stories and build trust and relationships. Thank you.
Thank you, Marianne. Now we have Gabriela Galindo, Lynn Siegel, and Ryan Schuhard.
Good evening, City Council members. I am Gabriela Galindo, and right now, I'm sorry that I could not be there. I wanted to be there. I'm in a community mental health workshop with my community, and I'll come back to that. That's one of my important points. Thank you all for being here in your time and hearing the concerns for the first time of community residents through the Community Connectors program. I'm really glad that it exists, that it happens, and grateful to have connections with the Community Connectors. I cannot overstate how important it is to have community engagement. And I really want to shift that narrative from our communities of color and marginalized and indigenous communities as that we're vulnerable and that we don't have expertise. And so if we shift that narrative that our input is incredibly valuable and that we should be compensated for our time and our efforts and the data that we share with you that helps form, for example, this budget formation and formulation. And a lot of the times we've been approached in extractive ways. And so I'm happy to see that Community Connectors and many other programs are beginning to compensate us for our knowledge and our expertise in areas where we've traditionally been excluded from. So I do ask for the funding that the Community Connectors and residents are asking for, and for the communities that they engage with to be compensated as well. And I also state that, it's really I'm just thinking of, wow, it's really hard for one person to represent the needs of an entire community. I'm bilingual and I'm tricultural, and I just couldn't imagine having the work and the burden of representing one community, much less two. And I'm also really happy to see the recommendation for community events to raise awareness of civil rights. I feel the work that I do at government levels with CU and just some of the community work that I've been doing is really, there's a lot more awareness around the atrocities committed against Arapaho and Cheyenne people here in order to wrongfully establish Boulder and many of institutions here, including the City Council. And there's narratives that it's the past and that it's time to move on, and I would really feel like funding these opportunities that have been presented to you by Community Connectors and the community engagement is a real way to right some of those current and historic wrongs. And so it's really important to invest in Indigenous Peoples Day and organizing. There's so much land here, and I would really love to see processes where that land is gifted back to Indigenous people free of charge. And I know I have a few seconds left. I'll just wrap up briefly, but community mental health that is led by community. And I can tell you that for myself and many in my community, that many of the mental health, especially as we're in a mental health crisis, would not work for my community. So please fund culturally appropriate, trauma-informed, and responsive mental health care and holistic health systems for your time.
Thank you, Gabriela. Last two speakers are Lynn Siegel and Ryan Schuhart.
Lynn Siegel.
I'm 70 years old. My taxes just went up $3,000 a year. The siding on my house is melting away because someone installed a gutter that aimed towards my addition that has masonite on it, and it's just melting. Apparently I used weatherization in 2011, so I'm not getting any more. So I don't even have air sealing on my house, yet I'm eligible for LEAP. LEAP is this year not paying electricity. All they're paying is gas. So I'm stuck calling about 10 different other phone numbers to try to get aid for electricity. In 2016, I tried to set up my place to get solar and redirected my resistive heat, which I never use anyway. I'm 45 degrees in the addition of my house. 45 degrees all winter. Do you know what it's like to really live in Colorado? I don't think so, because I doubt any of you live at 45 degrees. I do. And guess what? I don't want to go out into 30 degrees or 20 degrees when I'm already 45 degrees. Then I have some city employee stealing $360 from me when I go down to an appointment with Nuria at the city building, when I can't even get my phone answered or my email answered as to the specification of when my appointment was at 1 or 2 o'clock. I knew it was one of the two. Apparently it had been lost, but the only reason I came down there was for that, only to have my computer case and my $360 stolen. The library district, that's $300 a year. I haven't gotten money for that. These people that have got HOA fees, it's utterly ridiculous. And I'm a single parent. I had to pay a custody suit to to be able to fight my partner for my kids. And yet all I've done all my life is save every cent so I could get a house in Boulder in 1992. And still, look at me, 70 years old, I can't fix the siding on my house. You know, someone that worked on my house came in, ripped out all the insulation in the old part, the 1949 part of my house. I found out he'd been in jail. He had to get out of my job. And now my house has no insulation in the part that was going to be finished into an attic. So, you know, these are the kind of problems that you're dealing with people that live in this society. My mom and dad met here. My dad came in 48 to 52 from mechanical engineering at CU.
Lynn, your time is up. Thank you for your testimony. Final speaker is Ryan Schuhart.
Testing?
We can hear you.
Okay, great. Good evening, council members. My name is Ryan Schuhart. Pronouns are he, him. I'm speaking in English. I am one of 10 candidates running for city council, working to earn the chance to inherit this budget you're deciding on. I'm also a member of the Transportation Advisory Board. But tonight, coming to you purely as a resident. And first, I'd like to recognize Gabriela Galindo, who just spoke about the importance of community connectors and continuing and increasing our investments in that program, and I enthusiastically support her eloquent comments. Okay, so next I'd like to spend my time addressing the matter of budget constraints. I'm going to leave the details of allocating funds in your hands, but would just like to speak to the bigger picture, where in such a wealthy community we might find money in the future. In short, Boulder has a system of land use that, despite some really incredible transportation amenities, is still oriented very heavily around most people needing private passenger cars to go most places, most workers in Boulder having to drive in, and we collectively socializing the costs of unnecessarily large amounts and unnecessarily large sizes vehicles. So I worked up a list of 8 ideas to find money, and I'm going to read them now. Number 1, replace parking minimums with maximums to create more potential to add both to our tax base and our base of user revenues to fund public transportation. Number 2, continue to have plentiful on-street parking but recognize we are in some of the most expensive real estate in the country and ask users to start to pay more of their fair share for it. Number 3, accelerate investments to drive meaningful increases in ridership of bicycles, which cause essentially zero impact in creating potholes and wearing out our roads. Number 4, make users of oversized vehicles internalize the impact they're having on our roads. Number 5, make step improvements in the safety of our streets, which will reduce the cost of enforcement and other services. Number 6, move some of our public process that currently happens around street-by-street improvements to City Council and make City Council be more of a heat shield for staff in order to free up staff time. Number 7, increase service hours of public transit to make that mode more competitive with cars, which will lower the overall cost of transportation to residents. And number 8, increase the headcount in our transportation department so that our staff has more time to think about innovation around, say, safety pilots, automated technology in transit, and behavioral science in doing our transportation demand management programs. So those are just a few quick examples that illustrate that there is money to have if we orient towards a plan of more mobility options, greater accessibility for all in all months of the year, streets that are more inviting for people of all ages to bike, walk, and roll, and we would have more money, both as individual residents, as property tax paying households, and as a municipality. And our transportation department could be an engine for generating it. Thanks very much for your time.
Thanks, Ryan. So that's it for public testimony. I just want to give a very heartfelt thank you to the speakers tonight. Appreciated we heard from at least 2 people who had not spoken to council before, and from a number of our community connectors whose work is so incredibly valuable here in our community. So thanks to everyone who came out and spoke to us tonight on the budget. Rachel, do you have a follow-up on that?
I did want to just point out that, again, we heard a couple of comments about engagement and maybe ways that the city could be more inclusive and engaging. And so wanted to remind people there is an opportunity to give feedback on that tonight through our Better Public Meetings link. And so maybe we could just make sure that everybody gets emailed that. And also to the people who spoke about affordable housing, just you're probably all aware, but in case there is a county tax right now, and if this is something you're passionate about, you might want to also make your voice heard to the commissioners about how they spend that tax, assuming that it passes, because there are a variety of housing types that are needed, and affordable housing can mean different things in different contexts and to different people. So happy to talk offline, but just wanted to encourage people to reach out to commissioners. And then last, I just wanted to, is this okay time for question?
Well, I'll just mention that's County Tax Measure 1B.
1B.
And yet the next step was going to be questions, so for staff that isn't specific to the council proposals, so feel free to ask one.
So just, we heard about Ponderosa displacing families, and I wondered if we could get some follow-up information, not necessarily tonight, but maybe at the next meeting on what happened there, and if there are actions we maybe need to take as a city.
And I've fallen the specifically about undocumented community members not being able to access that housing. I had not heard that before. That's alarming. So if we can get the follow-up on that, please.
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for that, Rachel. Okay, so what I'm going to propose is that we go through the council proposals. if we could get the slide that had them kind of grouped in terms of magnitude, I think that would be a good way to address them. Does anybody have, before we get into the line by line on this, does anybody have any follow-up questions for city staff on anything else? Seeing none, why don't we tackle this? So what I'm thinking is I'm going to, as we hit each one, I will turn to the council member that brought that forward and ask them to speak. Briefly, please, no long speeches, but just a quick little bit of what you're proposing here for council discussion. So going through this list, the first one is proposal number 3 from Nicole.
Yep, so this came out of some of the conversation we had with the community connectors at our study session, where they were noting how hard this work is in so many ways. It's not just hard for them, but just to listen to some of the stories from the community, the 2nd, 3rd, 4th level trauma. So the idea is just to give them 20%, a 20% increase on their budget that could be used for whatever it is that they decide is needed for just kind of keeping themselves well and whole in as much as possible and trying to do this work.
Great. Clarifying questions for Nicole? I actually have one sort of a question slash request, which is, and Nicole, I love this idea. Thank you for bringing it forward. Specifically, you were proposing that this come via a reduction in the council travel budget. And so I was just wondering, because I do feel like council does not get too many benefits, and the travel budget can be helpful for folks to learn from other communities and do their work better. So I was wondering if we could consider maybe taking that $10,000 from another source instead.
I think that's fine. I just, being on the Financial Strategies Committee, what's the source? Where is it coming from?
So I'll turn to Mark.
We really don't have much, so.
What our options might be there.
Appreciate the question. Because it is smaller in scale, so 20% of that budget is $10,000. First clarifying question back to all of you would be whether or not this would be a one-time or an ongoing expense. One time, we could absorb $10,000. You could add $10,000 to the budget for one time. We would be able to accommodate that. For ongoing, there's a few different options. I think probably the most painless would be to spread that out across multiple departments. We would probably target miscellaneous purchase services or something like that. I think you could direct us to essentially do that generally, and we would administratively find the room to do that, since it wouldn't involve a budget number change this evening.
And just to that point, I would like this to be ongoing and not just a one-time expense, but kind of a consistent increase to the program.
So maybe I could straw poll. Yeah, go ahead. Question. Into the mic with the.
I'm thinking of Julie's request, and I'm wondering, as a second option, to give that. So part of me thinks if we could take a little bit from everywhere, we can help Julie raise some of that money. So I don't know, is that crazy? She's talking about. I know, but you just keep taking a little bit, and it adds up. Like social streets and whatnot.
I think we could come back to that question, maybe Tara, a little later. But if we just stick to the 10,000 now, it's not a kind of either or. Rachel.
This isn't as much a question as a concern about kind of lack of looking holistically. Like, I have previously made a request that we give some benefits to boards and commissions members. I think we've looked at POP expenses and lifting that up to include some of this too. So it feels a little bit like we have not considered this in the context of like all the volunteers that we have in the city. I'm sure that we have volunteers that we don't even see at council, so we're not aware of whatever labor and emotional labor that they are putting in, and that's kind of the answer that I've gotten for boards and commissions, even though there are a number of people who really could benefit from something like an RTD pass or even an email account. Like I tried to get emails and couldn't get that for our boards members. So I'm a little bit concerned about not doing this as part of the conversation that we're teeing up to have, I think, around a broader context of how we want to make sure that we are being inclusive to people who want to volunteer and give time to the city. So I'm not against this. It just feels a little bit like picking one thing when we have 99 others, and I'm not sure that's fair.
Got it. I got Jeannie, Lauren, and then Mark.
Thank you. I support this request, and I hope to be able to vote yes on it. And my only pause was I didn't hear anything specific that you were asking, Nicole. But setting that aside, I wanted to know, or maybe not know, based on my experience with this council and even with the prior council. By the way, I see that my lips are moving, and it's not moving at
we can hear, we can
normal
hear
time.
We can hear you fine.
Okay, good. Thank you. So I do know that not all council members use their traveling funds. So is there an opportunity maybe to take $5,000? But then again, the idea is that council members do not get paid much. And if they want to build their capacity by learning from other council members from across the state and across the nation, they should also have that opportunity. And I know, and I can speak further at a later time on how much learning from other communities and from other council members have built my capacity as a council person. So I would be willing to vote for this $5,000 and find the other 5,000 somewhere else, because ultimately I think what you're trying to do is a great idea, Nicole. But I also don't want to hurt the ability of council members to utilize the fund to go out there and build their own capacity as leaders in our community. And we know that's very important, that we learn from other communities so that we can better serve the people of Boulder. Thank you.
Thanks, Ginny. Lauren, Mark, then Matt.
I like this idea, and I hope to be able to support it. One of my questions is around, you know, if this could be kind of a pilot program. Like, could we look at 1 term or 1 year spending now with the idea that we could evaluate it and look to make the decision about ongoing spending in the next year? I guess that's a question for Nicole. It's also kind of a question for financial strategy for Mark, because I guess I was wondering what's typical in this kind of a scenario, if running it as a pilot project could be typical.
Yes, good question, Councilmember Folkerts. So I think one option could be to, especially since we haven't had a chance to have dialogue with community connectors, to propose the 10,000 as a one-time and work with community connectors over the next several months and make a proposal for what that looks like, maybe permanently in the 2025 budget. So that's certainly an option.
Cool. Good point. Nicole, do you want to respond to that real quick? Okay, let's let other people talk. Mark and then Matt.
I agree with Rachel's comments. I think you need to look at this a little bit holistically. There are any number of boards and commissions that really we should be considering providing a degree of financial support. If you look at what planning board goes through, their meetings are longer than ours in some cases, and they work extraordinarily hard. Obviously, the community connectors, the people who are working on the oversight panel. I would prefer to make this a work plan item and review this in total rather than simply doing this as a one-off. We ought to be looking at all of the people who spend substantial amounts of time volunteering to serve the city, not just one group of people. And so I do think a more systematic look is the better way to go, rather than trying to scrounge the $10,000 this year. And I also do agree with Junie that there is a value to being able to travel to other places and learn from colleagues and counterparts elsewhere. I haven't used my travel in a couple of years, but I certainly would like to be able to do so if the opportunity presented itself. That was something I could benefit from, and I don't want to discount that. It's not. I don't want to view that as some sort of boondoggle. Certainly not when we're getting paid at the levels that we're getting paid. It's hard to convince me that that's an inappropriate thing to be able to access when the opportunity is there. So I want to be in support of what Rachel said. I'd like to look at this in a more systematic way early in the new council, rather than simply jumping on it now and doing a one-off.
Smart. Matt?
Some good comments. I mean, I support, well, first off, in our community, pilot is synonymous with perpetual. I'm sure we go for a pilot, but we always know where that ends up. So I think this could be a yes and I'm curious about from a financial perspective. I know we don't want to be. I know there's concern maybe about tapping the travel budget. I mean, for instance, I'll be tapping the financial budget or the travel budget this November to speak in DC. But you know, maybe it's one of those things that at the end of the year we make those expenditures whole, that maybe gets, as Mark Wolf was referencing, maybe we take a little and spread it everywhere else. But at the end of the year, if all of a sudden there's $15,000 left of unspent travel budget, we feed that difference back into those budgets to make them whole again. And in which case we kind of, it's a yes and approach to that extent, because I'd hate to see us not have that money for travel, but then at the end of the year, if we don't use it, why don't we backfill where it was sort of being the expenses are being spread out? I don't know if that's good financial practice or not, but I don't see any reason why, if you have money left, we can't use that to pump it back into the system or pay it forward, right? We didn't use $10,000 in travel 2024. Okay, maybe we pay that difference forward in that capacity and just take those savings year in and pump it into these programs. So I don't see a reason why we couldn't start with the community connectors, and then to Mark's Councilmember Wallach's plan, have a work plan item next year where we talk about more holistically. I don't think we have to hold the smaller launching of this up in order to have a bigger holistic conversation.
Thanks, Matt. So Nicole, do a quick response to what you've heard.
Yep, thank you. So I did advocate for, paying board and commission members as part of this last work plan. I hope that's something we can think about with the next council. But I think with this particular budget item, it's meant to be a reflection of the unique challenge that people with historically marginalized identities face when they're working within our system. And that's what makes it different from some of the other boards and commissions we have that are majority white, straight, abled, homeowner folks who haven't faced those same challenges. So that's it. It's not meant to be just a small increase, 20%. We did a 20% increase on a budget last year that was hundreds of thousands of dollars. This one's just 10,000. And as for specifics, the idea is really to let people choose what they need. So we're breaking out of this mindset where we're constantly trying to control the small amounts of money that we're giving out to folks, especially people with historically marginalized identities. And it's kind of meant to be a sacrifice on our part. So that was sort of why I had pulled it from our council travel budget, which, as I understand, we even pre-pandemic, I don't know that we were necessarily using the entire thing every year, but taking from something that benefits us and investing in the value, recognizing the value of the voices that aren't here with us on the dais. I hope it's an ongoing need. I hope it's something that we will try and it won't go away. But if the only way to get this through is a 1-year pilot, then that is okay.
Thanks for that, Nicole. So what about this? Which would be that with a one-time funds, we can just take it from fund balance, so there's no need to pull from anything else in next year's budget. But Mark also mentioned how that could then roll into next year, and a plan could come back to fund it with ongoing dollars in the 2025 budget and forward. And so how would that be as an approach?
Yep, that's fine. Thank you.
So thank you for that. So in that case, I will straw poll whether people would like to proceed with what I just said. 1 year, one-time dollar, and they'll look at potentially rolling it in for 2025 and using ongoing dollars. Did you want to say so, or can I just straw poll? Straw poll. Okay, all in favor, raise your hand. I got 7, I think? 8. Okay, so we'll add that to the list.
But I do want to add, I think it's a little bit of unfortunate governance for us not to look at this holistically, because we do already pay only community connectors right now, of the volunteers. We have made that commitment, and I think it's an awesome commitment, and I totally support it. And I think before we just continue adding, we need to look at a lot of other volunteers, and we have a lot of, part of our goal is to get community connectors to recruit people to be on boards and commissions, and so it is very hard work to do those things, and some of them are incredibly emotionally challenging. So I know we're getting to that next soon.
I just wanted to lift up. We do in fact also pay a stipend to our police oversight members And I know that the issue of compensation has come up from many of you in the past, and we are looking at that with a consultant. We will be bringing that to you as part of the package of conversations we'll be having about boards and commissions in November.
Great.
I'm going to say one thing. I hope that it's just, I think it's fine for a one time, but as somebody just said, was that Matt, how it one time becomes forever? I really think we should look at it holistically. It's just picking them, they do awesome work. I just think we really have to look at the bigger picture. So
Fair
please
point
not it.
for next year. Okay, the next one is from Bob about KJID. You want to speak to that, Bob?
Sure. It's actually not from me. This is from one of our boards. It's from the Downtown Management Commission, which has suggested that we increase the funding for our, I think, 3 or 4 year old ambassador program. The ambassadors are folks with the bright blue shirts that work primarily downtown, although they've expanded now up into the Hill. You might remember that this program, which started a few years ago, is funded from 3 different sources, some from the city, some from downtown Boulder, and some from the University of Colorado. And the ambassadors do a number of things, including interact with our unhoused people in those areas, keeping our areas clean. Some of the ambassadors, at least in the past, have been formerly unhoused people themselves who have provided that service and so are good interactors with other currently unhoused people. This is, as was stated earlier, this is not an expansion of the program, the $103,000 that the Downtown Management Commission recommended. Rather, there's a little anomaly in our system. As we talked about 3 weeks ago, we're raising the minimum level of compensation for contractors to the city to a living wage of $22.44 for next year. Unfortunately, because even though the city pays a little bit more than half of the cost for the ambassadors, the contract is not held by the city. So technically, it's a little bit loophole. They miss out on that $22.44, and so the compensation that most of them are paid is actually $20 an hour. So this $103,000 is being recommended would lift these ambassadors up, and they actually still wouldn't get to $22.44. They would get them to about 50 cents to $1 an hour more for those ambassadors. And so that's what our Downtown Management Commission has recommended to us. I'm just the channel for that. It's also been supported by Downtown Boulder. And so, and as far as the source of that's the use of the funding, $103,000. As far as the source of the funding, it's my understanding that KJID has available funds, and I see Chris is here if he wants to speak to that. And so this would not be a impact on our general fund budget, but rather a supplement provided by KJID for that $103,000 to get those ambassadors up to $20.50 or $21 per hour.
Thanks, Bob. Any questions for Bob about the proposal? Rachel?
I'm not sure this is for you, Bob, or for staff, but are they you said they were sort of a loophole that didn't get lifted up to the wage that we're taking everyone else who works for the city. Is there anyone else in that category? Does this make... Are there any other people who've been loopholed?
Might ask for some help. So the living wage policy refers to a specific resolution where certain contractors were defined by that resolution. So there's a whole bunch that don't qualify under that resolution. It's pretty specific to contractors that would be a service that the city would provide otherwise with in-house staff. So a good example is janitorial contracts, landscaping contracts, items like that.
So those other groups are not going to get up to 22?
They're not covered by the policy. I would say it depends on the type of service. We certainly look at each individual contract and work with our vendors to determine what we can manage between the vendor's ability and our requirements depending on the service. But everything that doesn't fall under that policy is individually reviewed.
I'm going to interrupt for a second to remind everyone to speak slowly and to breathe between sentences so that our interpreters can keep up. Thanks.
I'm a fast talker. I'm sorry. So is this distinguishable in any way? Is it because we partially directly reimburse or something like that? Like, what pulls this group into a different category that we would look at funding? As you can see, I'm trying to look at everything holistically.
Yeah, I don't know. Do you want to speak to that? I'm not sure I can. I'm like I said, I'm channeling. This is the only one that's come to my attention, and that this again came from the Downtown Management Commission, one of our boards. I don't know if anyone has looked holistically across all of the contracts where the city is either holding the contract, or as in this case, the city is a primary funder of the contract, but the contract's not in the city. So I'm sorry, Rachel, I don't have the answer to what other contractors, either direct or indirect contractors, might have employees that make less than $22.44. This is the only one that came to my attention.
Council members, I'm going to take Mr. Misc up on his, our deputy city manager, up on his offer to maybe speak to it as he has the resolution open. I know that we do have a variety of other contractors. I know recreation has a variety of recreational contractors that would not fall within this. But Chris, Mr. Institutional Memory?
Sure. Good evening, Council. Chris Misc, Deputy City Manager. In, I believe it was 2016, Council adopted a living wage resolution that then got updated. But what the living wage resolution does is it identifies who specifically is eligible for the living wage program. And what it says is that it is applies to all standard full-time, part-time, and specific temporary employees of the city, and also to city contracts for custodial, landscaping, and emergency medical service providers. So that's where it identifies those specific contracted services. And so those are the ones that we apply the current living wage rubric to.
Clear as mud, thank you.
Yep.
I might just offer, I did look at the memo that adopted that most recent resolution, and the rationale was that those were services for which we could in-house, and I think that that's what Mark mentioned. So we contract for a lot of services that we wouldn't necessarily consider it to be an in-house option, and so those were the three that we could have provided in-house.
Any other questions for Bob? Yep, Lauren?
I was wondering, what other kinds of things would we use caged money for? So, you know, there's always a trade-off, and I want to know what that trade-off might look like.
It's a good question. I will add that Downtown Management Commission, while Chris gets settled, did have a discussion about what some of those trade-offs may be, acknowledging what Councilmember Benjamin said earlier, that our ability to do a pilot and then stop doing a pilot is limited. So some of that conversation came up at DMC.
Good evening, Council. Chris Jones, Director of the Community Vitality Department. We support the general improvement districts for the city. So yes, as Mark mentioned, this was a discussion at the Downtown Management Commission. We are still looking at this as a one-year continuation of the pilot, and we are hoping for continued thought around the appropriate use of funds for the long term, because GID funds we do turn to primarily for capital improvements, so long-term strategic thinking around more capital campaigns, not ongoing operations. We lean on the Downtown Boulder Partnership and the Business Improvement District for the annual operations for things that make the place cleaner, safer, more welcoming through events. So we're looking forward to the conversation in the year ahead, open to the discussion about caged being leaned on for ongoing operations, but hoping that at least for the next year, we'll be able to continue the program.
Great. So I might call for a straw poll unless people had additional comments to make on the proposal.
Mayor,
yes.
if I might just quickly, just to clarify, if there is council support for this, there would not be a need to incorporate the additional funds this evening in a motion. We bring our general improvement district budgets in 2 weeks. And so we would just note the change this evening and bring forward the correct appropriation.
Appreciate that.
I would just like to say that given that I have the concern about sort of holistic and continuity, I guess it coming from caged internally and it being a purpose that they want to use it for does probably distinguish it from the other classes that are maybe still stranded.
Fair point. I'll just call on myself. The ambassadors are doing phenomenal work, and I'd certainly love to see them get as close as possible to that wage that other people are being paid. So I'll show of hands for who supports this proposal. Looks like unanimous. Okay, that'll move forward. All right, next, so Rachel and Tara made very similar requests for pavement management funds. Would you all like to speak to that?
We didn't even compare notes. Nope. We didn't. So yeah, I guess I will just, many times over the last 1 to 2 years, I've complained about potholes specifically, and this has not been a problem, I think, 5 and 10 years ago, and this is I think a newer issue in the city in terms of, like, I remember I used to visit Boulder and be like, oh, our roads are, this is amazing here, and such an improvement from what I was dealing with in Indiana, and now we're feeling a lot more like, no offense to Indiana, but Indiana. And so I just want to say I don't believe it's part of my job to say where the additional funds should come from. I'm a part-time council member, and I don't think that it is within my purview to say what is the best spot to take the money from. So I did not do that. I would say, I think, on sort of a bird's eye level, there are certain things that only the city can do and that we have a chartered duty to do, and that includes roads, because nobody else can do that if we don't do that. There are certain things I think the county can be doing. It sounds like there are certain things that the state needs to be doing with its own roads that are in the city of Boulder. But things like getting our water to homes safely and cleanly would be another thing that only the city can do. And so I would like for there to be spots in the budget where it's like, we're not looking at the other stuff until we have established what is the core things that we have to do. And I would say that safe roads is one of the core things that we need to do, and it doesn't necessarily need to be from within the transportation budget that additional money comes from, because I think there are some things that are less core and less safety oriented and less taking care of vulnerable users throughout our systems. But this is just something that I think we are at a point where I was talking to someone this week who has taken their car in twice in the last month because of pothole issues, like, goofed up her car. It is becoming less and less safe to bike in bike lanes. And so I just think we have to make the space for whatever. I get that it costs more money, and we have not identified, and we don't have the staff to do it, but I believe that if we paid enough money, we would have potholes filled or hired at whatever the wage needs to be to have 1 to 2 more people who are doing road maintenance. We could get the pavement management where we need to, and I just think it's a critical thing for a city to provide. It's like a number one thing that a city needs to do with taxpayer dollars. Over to Tara.
And we'll go to Tara, and then I'll invite Natalie Stifler to maybe respond to this.
I think it's also an equity issue, because I can afford to fix my bike, but not everybody can. And when it comes to 6th Street, which is right where the Justice Center is, I cannot go across. I don't even think it's potholes. It's the entire street that is torn up. So, and that goes with 5th Street, and that goes for 4th Street, and it's just making it impossible to bike without harming your bike or falling off. I already fell off my bike from gravel and from, what is that street, Arapahoe by 3rd. And so I feel like it's a big deal, honestly, on every level, that this is what we should be doing. The students also are really impacted because they do a lot of biking, and it's just difficult right now.
Thanks for that. And before I go to other councilors, I just invite our transportation director, Natalie Stifler, to speak to this, if you wouldn't mind, Natalie.
Sure, happy to. Good evening, Council. Natalie Stifler, Director of Transportation and Mobility. Yeah, I think, there's a number, certainly hear everything that's being said tonight and recognize, our staff is feeling it, we're all feeling it, that it's the condition of our pavement is at a place where it needs a little bit more attention. There's a couple, we've tried to kind of in the memo summarize some of this information. We actually have an e-bike safety memo and an IP tonight attached to your packet, which also speaks to this, but it's there's multiple variables that are kind of aligning together that are creating a bit of the perfect storm with our pavement condition. And And we recognize that there's kind of the reactive need around potholes that we need to be able to address, and that's really a staffing challenge for us right now. Also contractor availability, you know, when we can't hire staff, we would look to contractors, but we can't even get contractors to do the work right now. And so there's that kind of side of it, and that's the more reactive work that we could be doing. And then there's the pavement management program, and you saw probably in your memo tonight for this item that staff recommends, you know, if council is interested in investing more in pavement management, that we do that through our pavement management program. That's really where we're making a long-term investment that you won't, you know, you're not going to get kind of the immediate gratification of seeing the resolution, you know, tomorrow, but it addresses the long-term health of our system. And frankly, we need to be probably investing more in our pavement management program to meet the needs of around level of service for our community. And that's going to continually become more of a challenge for us as the climate changes and the impact that has on our pavement. We're already seeing that. I think that's part of what we're seeing this year. After the freeze-thaw cycles through the spring and a really wet summer, it was really hard on our system, and we're going to continue to see that. So I think if we want to have a higher level and provide a higher level of service, then we're going to need to invest more in our pavement management program. And with that, you know, we mentioned in the packet that with that comes trade-offs, because it's a zero-sum game. And our fund balance is where that funding comes from, and it means that there's less capacity to address enhancements to the system, which is, you know, all the things that we like to be able, like 30th of Colorado and the core arterial network. So I think that's just something to keep in mind, and that's what we're keeping in mind as we try to put together a budget.
Thanks. Natalie, just to, when you say from fund balance, so if there were direction to allocate some additional to the pavement management program, what would be the trade-off there exactly? Just less available funding for potential future improvements in other areas?
Yeah, and Mark, feel free to chime in here too.
So rather than you know, not doing something that we have already planned, it would be about reducing our capacity to add additional things.
That's
yeah,
that's correct. It constrains your future conversations. So as the planning efforts for the larger projects that Natalie spoke to, that's where we would see some constraints. So I think what Natalie's proposal is somewhere around that $500,000 threshold would be significant enough to make an impact again over time, and would not constrain the future ability to look at those larger projects. Anything above that, then you really start getting into that trade-off conversation. And certainly if council was interested in that broader conversation, that would be something we would be happy to bring back.
Okay, I got Matt and Mark queued up, but did you have a quick follow-up?
Yeah, I just want to clarify, like, again, we could give council a direction that we would like this to come in addition to transportation from a whole different department, right? There's nothing that says we have to take from core arterial network to fill potholes and do pavement maintenance, right? Again, I'm not prepared tonight to say what that should be, but we don't have to take from Natalie to give what we need for roads.
You are correct that I'm presuming that is from the transportation fund. It does not have to come from the transportation fund. We would need to identify a trade-off, especially if you're thinking general fund.
Right, I've got Matt and then Mark.
Thanks, Aaron. Rachel, I appreciate you bringing this up, because I think this speaks to a larger philosophical conversation or restructuring of how we think about budget. The fact that we're kind of in the 11th hour having this dialogue about what are the core services that this city provides and what are the extras that we would like to do, we hope to do, but aren't core. And when we look at the beautiful layout of OpenGov, it'd be nice to know exactly what that is. And maybe that's council that defines what are our core things and what are the extra that we would like to do. And when the core isn't being met, right? I mean, department heads are having this conversation in like the early second quarter of every year about what's that next budget conversation. And so I would love to know in that first budget meeting, are we meeting all of our core obligations? And if not, what does it take to? And then what do we have, like, and then having staff tell us that means some of that extra stuff that we've gotten used to needs to come away in order to do that. But I'm worried that it's at the 11th hour that we're saying, yeah, our roads suck, and we need to provide more money for it, like that should be slid way earlier in the conversation, because if it's a core need, this should never come at the 11th hour. It should be done at the beginning of the conversation, all the core needs. So I'd like to know that, and I think the community would like to know what's core and what's extra, and what do we do about that. So I don't know if that's answered tonight, but I think in the next budget process, that's a philosophical thing that I'd like to see us build into it. But overall, to Rachel's point, it's important that we do the core stuff and figure out where that money comes from.
Thanks, Matt. Mark?
Well, I'm pretty sure that filling potholes has got to be pretty core by anybody's definition. And I'm very supportive of Rachel's suggestion, because that is such a core function. And we hear about it every year. And we're not even maintaining our roads or our medians. And that is really just a fundamental function of what we ought to be doing. I have a question for Natalie. As of today, is your basic restraint lack of funding or lack of contractor availability? Or are they just intertwined?
No, it's not so much intertwined. So right now we have funding, we have capacity within our kind of street maintenance budget that addresses that more reactive maintenance that I was talking about. And that's where we're really seeing our staffing capacity issues. And that's where we're also seeing the contractor availability. So we actually have some capacity there to address potholes, but we don't have the people to do it. And that's something that obviously, you know, I'm talking to the city manager's office and HR about, and how do we kind of address that problem. We're trying to get creative on the staff side about how to attract contractors and like build relationships out there in the community, in the industry. But that's a different issue than funding our pavement management program, which is that long-term health of the system that likely needs more investment if we want to provide a higher level of service in the community. And then there's just the final thing I'll say that is in the packet, but I think it's worth saying here too, is that so much that's wrong with our system in the city of Boulder are CDOT highways, and we do not maintain the long-term health of those systems. That's CDOT's responsibility. We do maintain it on the reactive side, on potholes, but that's really challenging because we're basically dumping money into potholes on the CDOT system, and those aren't being taken care of in a long-term way. The most recent example is East Arapahoe. CDOT is planning to do East Arapahoe next year from 28th to 63rd. We all know the condition of that part of the system, but that's been 6 years in the making. And we can name other corridors, right, that need that kind of attention. So I think that's an important piece that even investing in the pavement management program doesn't address the CDOT highways. And that's where a lot of people are feeling issues on our system.
If we gave you more money today, you might not actually be able to use it. Is that correct? Because of staffing and contractor constraints?
We have the availability on the other side on that pavement management program. We have staffing capacity, and contractors want to do that work. It's bigger ticket items for contractors, so they're willing to come and do that work. Potholes are less, smaller ticket items, and they have enough work, in the industry that they don't need to bother themselves with potholes.
But to do this right, how much would you need?
On the pavement management side. So I think in our packet, what we put in there was, you could invest in another $2 million a year. That comes with serious trade-offs to our fund balance in the transportation fund. And I also think it's a bigger conversation about what is the level of service that we want to provide in our community. And so we set a condition index number of 75 for our streets that we take care of. And we are kind of meeting that across the system. But I think what we're hearing is that that's an average. And I think what we're hearing is that there's a desire for a higher number, right? Like maybe it's 90 that this community wants. And if it's 90, then we need to figure out what that costs to provide that.
Okay, well,
I don't have that number for you tonight.
Okay. Then my last comment would be I'm in favor of Rachel's proposals to provide that funding. I agree with Matt that we need to sometimes make these trade-offs, and the basic trade-off we need to make is to perform our core functions and present our residents with a well-maintained road system, even if it is at the cost of, further down the line, of more grandiose projects. You have to walk before you run, and right now I'm not sure we're even walking. So I would like to provide you with the money that you need to take whatever actions are possible next year to remediate the conditions, the basic conditions of our roads, because it's just not tenable to continue on in this fashion.
Quick response from Rachel and then Nicole.
Just a super quick colloquy. It's so nice that people are supporting me, but it's me and Tara.
Point taken. Nicole?
Thank you. So I think one of the things that I'd like to understand is how much of the kind of increase in pothole work, Natalie, do you think is related to increased volatility in the climate? Because to me, this seems like something that is going to continue getting worse as our climate gets more volatile in the coming decades. And I am concerned that if our strategy is to take a bunch of money and direct it toward filling more potholes this year, then what happens next year? What happens in 10 years? And so I'm just wondering about a long-term strategy for doing maintenance, how that includes thoughts about climate, equity, and those kinds of things, because I am just really concerned that if we are just putting more money in now, rather than thinking with a long-term picture, we're just going to be in a situation where we're having to do this over and over again, and it's going to be taking more and more money.
Yeah, I mean, thanks for that question. I think anecdotally it's what we're seeing. It's kind of too soon to really have a lot of scientific research out there. I bet in a few years there's going to be more data out there that's supporting that this is true for cities across the country and across the world. And I think what I'll just say is we have an amazing team of, our capital projects team, our pavement management program, our pavement management program manager, James Smith, is probably one of the best people to be doing this work for us. And he will be thinking about these things. We'll be thinking about these things as we kind of plan for the future for the pavement management program. And it's just a little bit too soon for us to really know, like, what is that economic impact it's going to have on the system, and how are we going to keep up with it, as the climate kind of continues to impact the pavement system.
Thank you. It sounds like there's not, this wasn't sort of a clear need that you had identified as something that fits into the overall strategy of how we are maintaining our roads and bikeways and things in the coming years. Is that right? Thinking about how to sort of add more to this particular program.
Are you saying it is identified or it wasn't? Is that what,
no,
sorry,
it wasn't. I'm trying.
So it has been identified. But as I said, we're trying to balance the overall transportation fund, and we recognize that there's a desire for constraints, for enhancements. There's an expectation by our community that we're enhancing the system, and so every year we're trying to balance what can we do to take care of the system, and what can we do to enhance it. And so that's kind of the puzzle we're trying to work with each year. And so we said, okay, for 2024, we're going to increase our pavement management program budget by about, I think we increased it by about $500,000 already from over 2023. So we're bringing it up to 5.4, and we said in 2025, we're going to do that again. We're going to bring it up for another 500,000. So we recognize there's a need. Of course, in a best case scenario, we would have another $2 million a year. I think we talked about that at one point through the CCRS funding, that we would invest another $2 million a year in the pavement management program. But the reality is there's just, it's, as everyone says, it's a constrained budget. And so we are trying to just do the best with what we have within the transportation fund. And that's what we proposed.
Okay, so just to make sure crystal clear on this, basically this this next year's budget is already 500,000 over what it was for last year, and you have a plan to be increasing the amount that we're spending on pavement management in the coming years as well. So you basically,
for 1 year. We
Yep.
do for one more year, 2024 and 2025.
Okay, thank you.
Rachel, did you want to say? I've got a couple comments as well.
Go ahead.
Great. Well, yeah, I appreciate you both bringing this up, and so I mean, this is something that I'm interested in as well. I really appreciate what Natalie's saying about the pavement management program, because after a road is resurfaced, there are no potholes, right? Like it's making the system much better in an overall sense. And for those of us, who've noticed the repaved roads this year, it's made an enormous difference. Such a pleasure to bike or walk or drive along those. And so that's making kind of some fundamental progress. So I'm hearing from Natalie that we could bump that up another $500,000 from transportation funding without seriously impacting our ability to take advantage of other projects. That sounds really interesting to me. So that's kind of where I'm going from this. I would be, Rachel, I hear you saying let's not decide ourselves, maybe kick it back to staff and they can figure out where to take it from. But we have a constrained budget, so I'm sure that taking $500,000 from another sector of the budget could involve some significant cuts to programs that we value. So I'm kind of interested in Natalie's approach here. Bob, and then we can.
Yeah, I agree with Rachel. I mean, with Nicole and Aaron on this. I think Natalie does have a 2-year plan for increasing pavement management. We're not where none of us are happy with where we're at. We're looking at this is a fun group of people, Colorado Asphalt Pavement Association. It really is actually an organization, and they rate cities with what's called the PCI, the Pavement Condition Index. And we are at 77 on a 100 scale, which is better than some cities and worse than others. And I think we'd like to see ourselves up in the 80s, like cities like Superior and Golden are. But it sounds like Natalie has a long-term plan. I think Matt made a good point about we need to be talking about this in the spring and not in the fall. And I also agree with Nicole that we need to have a longer-term funding source. We can't just be, no pun intended, patching this year by year. We need to think about this, and maybe there is. I mean, this is Mark's right. This is it's up there just maybe in second or third place after public safety as one of the principal responsibilities of government. And if this is something that people really want us to spend more money on, and other communities do, then maybe this is worthy of a special tax. This is a discussion that we should have next year. And if community members feel that the quality of their roads is of exceptional priority to them, then maybe they'll be willing to pay for that. Otherwise, the pie is only as big as it is, and it's zero sum. And so adding more money to this, as worthy as it is, means we spend less money on something else. And so I think Natalie's got a good plan. I think we should stick with it, but we should also, per Matt's discussion or point, we should also have this discussion earlier in the year. And per Nicole's good point, we should also have a longer-term view.
Great. I got Lauren. And then Nicole had an additional comment.
Yeah, I appreciate Tara and Rachel, you guys bringing this up. I know that this is a concern that's top of mind for many. And I also really appreciate, Natalie, the detail that I now know so much more about our funding and our plans for that. And I do support the plan that you have in place. And I think, Bob, what you brought up of potentially, seeing what the community support is for this in the long term. I also think that, we did have a particularly difficult year this year for road maintenance. And that might be what we see ongoing in the future. But we don't know that for sure. And so I also think that we need to understand what, how our climate is changing and how that will impact this over time as well.
Thanks. Nicole?
I just had a quick clarifying question. So it sounds like tonight we wouldn't necessarily know what we're saying goodbye to if we were to say yes to this extra. Is that correct?
That's correct. There is not a specific trade-off that would be necessary. We would just need to identify or clarify whether this is a one-time addition or an ongoing addition, which has different implications.
Okay, thank you.
So what do you all think of this kind of approach?
I guess just one clarifying question for Natalie. I understood your memo as saying we do need to dedicate some more money to this, and then over like the next 7 years, we could be in a better place, right? Like, but if we don't take some proactive action, things aren't really going to get better based on where we are budgeted for this year. Was that accurate?
Yeah, I think that's right. And I'll just say, if we went with just 500,000 for 2024, I think it's worth having a conversation next year. I mean, Lauren, you'll get to learn more about pavement management, but we could have a more in-depth conversation about what is the level of service that is appropriate to set and how do we fund that. And so, that could be more of a long-term, financial strategy discussion. And we can approach it with just 500,000 one time for 24.
So then what I'll say is, then maybe we can straw poll, or we got Mark with a comment, and then we can move to a straw poll.
Just very briefly, I would support the one-time increase. I would support the conversation next year, and then we can have a much longer-term plan going forward. But in terms of what people want, I don't know about the emails that anybody else is getting, but I'm getting plenty of emails that basically are saying, you guys are boneheads because you can't even keep the streets paved. So I'm not really questioning the community interest in this topic. And I would very much encourage us to have that longer term conversation next year. But if there are funds that we can dedicate towards this purpose this year that don't have a longer term impact, I would do that.
Great. So thanks for that, Mark. So if I can straw poll, the proposal is the one-time allocation of $500,000 additional to the pavement management program. All in favor?
And that's in addition to what was in the initial budget. Yeah.
Yeah. So how many?
I don't understand the proposition. Are we supporting what Natalie is proposing, or are we asking 500,000 over and above that?
So
I couldn't hear Bob. I don't know if his mic
I'm
was
sorry.
on.
Yeah, my microphone was off. I'm confused about the question.
So the proposal that I believe is to add 500,000 additional over what is in the staff proposed budget that would come out of the transportation fund, because that's been identified by the transportation department as an amount that they could accommodate without endangering other projects.
And is that what Natalie is recommending?
Well, I think Natalie's. I don't know if you're recommending it, but you're saying you wouldn't impact other projects. I don't know. Do you want to give a further opinion on it, Natalie?
I think that would be a good idea if that's what council desires.
Very artfully put.
Did they give you a whole class on that?
Yeah. Tara?
Oh, you want to do your straw poll first?
I would love to do the straw poll.
Good.
So is it now clear what we're talking about? Okay, so all in favor of this idea. All right, we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay.
Real quick comment. Natalie, this might make no sense whatsoever. It might be as bad as my last comment, confusing $10,000 with $500,000. So just let me know if it makes no sense. But I'm thinking about Chautauqua right now and how they told us, the board, because I'm on that subcommittee, that those big Western disposal trucks are tearing up those roads. Those roads up there are you can't even bike or ride up there. It's so bad. Do you think that there are things like heavy trucks besides just the snow and ice that are affecting our roads as well, or do you think that's not having anything to do with it?
I think heavy trucks definitely impacts the pavement condition, and it's
I wonder if we can get funding from the heavy truck world, the industry.
And I just wonder if we might focus our comments on the specific proposals
in
front of us tonight. And I'll just note, I looked up.
Tax. Can we get some of the money from
right. I looked up Bob's the asphalt group that has all the numbers, and so we're at 77. There are a number of communities in the 40s and 30s. I won't shame them by mentioning their name here, but whoa, there's some cities who are doing a lot worse than we are. So just FYI, folks.
But we have to aspire to be Sheridan, Colorado, which has a 94 score.
They're also like 2 square miles, so it's been easier. But anyway, good for Sheridan. All right, I just said we should focus our comments on what's in front of us, so I should probably do that. Okay, so Tara has another proposal on this.
Well, this is, I think, also should be one of our core services for a city. I rode through a bike tunnel that was completely dark. There was not one light that worked in it. So what I'm asking is not for the greatest ever lighting like we have at 30th at our new underpass, which is so great, but I feel like as a city we should fix the tunnels, the underpasses that are now completely dark at least. And that's a core service, especially for CU students that are walking through those tunnels, underpasses at night. And our tunnels are so dark that it takes, what is that, night sky to a whole different level. Matt, did you like that one? Okay. So that's my request, is that we can at least fix the completely dark underpasses.
And I guess, so questions for Tara. Do we have a dollar amount in mind here, or where it's coming from, or?
I have no idea. Well, listen, Rachel and I did a free check. We did a free ride along. We went through every single underpass in this city, and we have a very extensive report that we're not charging you for in the city of Boulder. But I can't tell you how much that will cost. I'm just asking just to fix what is completely broken. I know that it's retrofitted, Natalie. I understand that. I know it's expensive.
Sure. A question from Rachel, and then I might turn to Natalie for thoughts.
I am wondering what's already in, like, coming down the pike on this, and it may be nothing, but I just want to know, because I thought, Nuria, you mentioned that we were working on some things. Maybe Natalie or Nuria, whoever can answer that. Also, what is CU looking at things with us? And I think I would probably broaden it a little bit to just areas that are on really dark paths at night, because I will say bike lights don't really get you as far as you need to go with good, safe lighting sometimes in some spots.
I have to say that I have really enjoyed this conversation tonight, where we've been focusing on core services and foundational services, because we've been talking a lot about what that looks like as we move forward, and there will be a lot of conversations about what expectations are and in our community for a variety of things as we move forward. I'll invite Natalie and Joe if they want to talk about it, but what I was referencing a little bit later, I know that we have been talking about additional lighting, maybe painting, some additional ways to make some of the underpasses a little safer as we move forward, and know that there have been conversations about what we can do this year and perhaps what we can do next year. And so I'll leave it to Joe or Natalie to see how you want to add to what is perhaps your thought on what's coming down the pike, what you all have been thinking about, and then we'll also always have to think about how we pay for that.
I can't see the room, so Joe, do you want me to start and then we can?
Joe says yes.
Joe's still sitting down.
Okay. Well, so I'll start with just saying we have 12 locations that are lit 24/7. We have 12 underpasses on the system that are lit 24/7 today, and then we spend about $27,000 a year on the energy costs to light the underpasses. And that's in total. So for the ones that we just do from dusk to dawn, we spend $27,000 a year. If we wanted to go to 24/7 lighting for all underpasses, that would cost us $30,000, another $30,000 per year. So that's an option, I think, to put out there if we think that the existing underpasses and the lighting that we have available there, if we want to keep those lit, that's a potential option. Something that we tried this year that anecdotally it sounds like has been somewhat successful. I mean, we didn't really conduct a full evaluation of it, but we painted an underpass with just white paint to ease that transition from the brightness of the sun into the underpass. And anecdotally, we're hearing that it does seem to improve kind of that experience for your eyes to adjust as you enter into the underpass. So there's a possibility to do more of that. I'll say that was fairly expensive for what we thought we were doing. I think we spent $15,000 just painting the underpass, and our concern with that paint, which hasn't been an issue yet, but our concern was that it would attract graffiti, and but that hasn't been an issue yet. So, but that's something to keep in mind, that as we expand that, it may require more maintenance, and that's just obviously more of a funding need. So, so there's an option to expand that. You know, we could do an expansion of a few more underpasses with paint. We could do 24/7 lighting. To us, those are kind of the two options. We also do quarterly inspections right now, and we do that within kind of the constraints of our current budget. If we wanted to increase our inspections, if we feel like, you know, we're not addressing the issues that are happening out in the system more quickly enough, you know, as you just mentioned, there was you know, outages under an underpass that you visited. We really tried to do those quarterly inspections and then rely on, as people just submit tickets to us, that's how we fix those issues. So if we want more inspections, that obviously comes with a cost, but that's another option where I think we see where we could have an increased level of service. And then finally, just the retrofits. I know that that's been an interest, and I'll just say that that's very challenging, to be able to retrofit existing underpasses, that all that conduit was built into the concrete of that underpass. It would be a massive infrastructure project, and we do not have the capacity to take something on like that right now.
Joe, did you want to add to that?
Yeah, just a little bit. That was a good report from Natalie on the numbers and what's involved. I would just add that this comes up for some of the SAMPS work and the encroachments on the underpasses and people sleeping and living and kind of being stationary there. And so the lighting and the paint definitely helps with that issue, just for the safety. And Natalie and I have had conversations around that. There's also, for some of the underpasses, a utilities function of flood conveyance. So we can certainly continue to have discussions and think about where funding would come from in future budgets.
So thanks for that. I guess I would start off with a question. So Natalie, you presented some options of steps to take that can help with this. And it sounds like the retrofit is really it's just out of reach, but the others seem relatively doable if we were interested in doing more of that. I mean, we just tapped the transportation fund, right, for some other things. What are our options? Do we have some incremental capacity in this area?
Yeah, I mean, and Mark, certainly jump in here. I think from kind of my perspective of the fund balance, that's something, the 30,000 is something that we could take on if we wanted to go to 24/7 lighting. And then we could look at expanding a couple additional underpasses, you know, say that's another 30,000. So we're looking at maybe 60,000. But Mark, I don't know if you have other thoughts on that as far as just the capacity of the fund balance.
Yeah, again, just to clarify whether or not it's ongoing or one time, or what portions would be ongoing or one time. In either scenario, we feel pretty confident. As council's aware, we did the dedicated funding analysis and provided some summary results of that. The transportation fund could support that, whether that's $30,000 or $60,000.
So, Tara, how is that sounding to you? Did you
so happy with that? I really am. I'm not asking for much. I just want to. No, I'd be happy with that. I would.
And there was 30 and 60,000 were mentioned as numbers.
Well, I guess, Natalie, do you think that it's silly to paint the underpasses before you see how this first one goes? I don't want to waste your money with my dreams.
Well, I think, you know, I think what we should do is probably do a bit of an analysis, have the team take a look at it, and just really make sure that this is something that we would want to expand, so we can have the flexibility to do that next year. That's something that I think we could do if that's something we decide based on kind of an evaluation.
So then 31st and then evaluate? Yeah?
Yes.
Sounds good.
So if I can straw poll this, is that all right with folks, right? So straw poll the additional 30,000 spending in these underpass improvements as Yeah, Nicole?
Question first up though, and so what is cutting then? What is, or Natalie, this is what you're going to look at, is decide where this is going to come from.
For this
sorry,
one,
I
it would
missed
just come from the fund balance.
Okay.
Great. Yeah, to clarify, yeah, so other things are not being cut. And to folks who are following this, just this is all within the transportation fund balance, right? So it's not like we're taking money from other things or that could be used for things other than transportation. It's all just within transportation. So all in favor of that additional direction? I got 9. Okay. So there's that. Very good. Thanks for that, Tara. So now we move on to the significant policy implications. I'm going to do take a look at our time. We're coming up on 10 o'clock. We got the some of the bigger ones here to visit with. So just keep everybody in mind that it's getting later. And then I just wonder, one of them is from Mark about the FA-related projects, but it sounds like you'll have kind of taken this off the table as an issue. Did I understand that correctly?
Yeah, and I'll let Councilmember Wallach speak to it. I believe he and Natalie had a conversation so that we would not need to reduce that appropriation, but I want to make sure I'm characterizing that correctly.
So people don't mind if I jump to this because it seems like it might be simpler than we might have thought.
I am perfectly content with what Natalie has proposed. No conversation is required.
Great. So in other words, specifically, we wouldn't expend FAA funds until we had made a policy decision as a community and as a council.
That's correct.
And I think that's a great solution. As I said, no further conversation is necessary, at least by my standards.
Okay, great. Rachel?
Since I don't know what the compromise struck was, I just want to know, by not taking this money, will we then have to take money from transportation in 2 years because we didn't pay for basically the pavement management at the airport while we could have gotten the funds? And we'll still presumably have to keep them.
So I think it's just we would defer accepting the grants until after the community had decided whether we are moving forward with the airport as a use.
It still doesn't answer my question though. Like, so let's say right now there's something that has to be done at the airport that, no?
Okay, I'll look to Natalie then. So Natalie, could you address that, please?
September.
Sure. So we're not needing to defer any projects, and we don't plan to take anything out of the CIP. We will get through Q1 with the community conversation, and then we'll continue furthering the projects in the CIP at the airport, if that's the result of the conversation from council.
Okay,
But
thanks.
the transportation fund is not being impacted.
Thanks.
Do you have some on that, Bob?
If we're done with that, I wanted to make maybe a process suggestion, since items 1, 4, 5, and 6 all relate to reducing some of the SAMPS funding. I wonder if we could have a quick discussion about whether there is a majority interest. I'm sure that the uses of the funds are all good ones, and we can certainly hear about those. But if there's not a majority in council that would like to reduce the SAMPS funding, that realizing that could shorten the conversation.
Yeah, well, I would like to give Lauren and Nicole
Sure.
a chance to describe what they're proposing, but we could then, move
After
towards
we hear
that.
those proposals, maybe we could have a quick discussion about whether there's an interest in reducing SAMPS funding, and then if there is, then we can go proposal by proposal to see what money could be reallocated. If there's not, then that might be kind of the end of the discussion.
Fair point. Okay, so Lauren, do you want to, you're number 1 on this one. Do you want to describe yours, and then Nicole will turn to you for you to describe your ideas.
I think since Nicole's were a little bit more encompassing, I was thinking that it might make sense for her to go first, and then I'll follow.
Sure. So we have a lot of alternative things that we could invest in to try to end the camping in our public spaces and minimize the impacts that camping is having on our creek paths and public spaces. We've been trying to get rid of homeless encampments by sending teams and trucks to clean up after people repeatedly, and we're now spending over $3 million a year on this work. When we just heard an hour, maybe 2 at this point ago, about the dire need that so many in our community are having with not being able to afford food, not being able to afford housing, and so many other things. So, we know from research these encampment cleanup programs don't help reduce homelessness. They don't help reduce encampments or related issues. They're just moving people around. And we know from research from Anschutz earlier this year, they decrease the life expectancy of the people who are moved around. So to me, this is not a satisfactory use of funding when we have so many people who are struggling with homelessness and so many people who are needing support to stay housed. So the idea is not to stop cleaning up, but to find more cost-effective ways to clean up so we can put more funding into things like public restrooms, incentives for unsheltered people to engage with services, new services like a safe outdoor space, cleanups that encourage people to clean up after themselves, and more funding for programs like Keep Family House that we heard about tonight that will actually prevent homelessness. Thank you.
Thanks. And just a clarifying question. I think this would, as I understand, would take all funding away from the program, right? So it would disband the SAMS program entirely, right? Okay, thanks for that. And Lauren, did you want to then?
But again, can I just clarify? It is not saying that we're not going to be taking care of things. It's saying that we're going to be finding different approaches to clean up, to end people having feces show up on the doorsteps of their businesses, things like that.
Okay, thank you. Lauren, you want to speak to yours?
Yeah, so similarly to Nicole, I think that while it's essential that we ensure the cleanliness and safety of our public spaces, it's also equally important to acknowledge that encampment removal is at best a temporary solution. It doesn't address the root causes of homelessness, nor does it provide long-term support and assistance to individuals that experience homelessness. Continually pouring funds into this program is like putting a stack of Band-Aids on a gunshot wound. Instead, we need to make a meaningful investment in our community's well-being. This program started 2.5 years ago with an annual budget of $1.8 million. This year, we are planning on spending more than $3 million. In the last 12 months, we've removed approximately 400 encampments, and our point-in-time count shows only 171 people living unsheltered in our community. This is more than $18,000 per person. I would like to redirect $1.8 million towards initiatives that can genuinely transform lives in our city. The two areas that I had targeted were Parks and Rec related, with funding for to try and reduce the amount of the costs of service access for rec centers and, as we heard, our reservoir, but and also public restroom access. I still really would like to see a large amount of that funding spent on public restroom access, but after hearing comments today and seeing posts, seeing the proposal from Nicole, I would like to instead allocate sort of the remaining funds towards basic needs assistance.
All right, thanks for that, Lauren. So what I might look to council for is a threshold question of whether there's interest in redirecting a significant percentage or all of the SAMPS funding to other uses, and if there's a majority interest in that, we can delve into the details of how that might be done. Yeah, Rachel?
I think I'd like to ask staff some questions first, because I'm not sure, like I'd be curious, Joe and Allie's take, like as parks and utilities are I think heavily implicated. Are they, do they have concerns, support? And I guess Matt had asked an earlier question that I was wondering about, Joe, and you said I should hold it, as I recall, about, because I think everybody's saying we wouldn't stop cleaning up public spaces, so what would happen if SAMPS went away? What would that then look like?
As you're all aware, SAMPS is a collaborative effort. Again, I'm Allie Rhodes, Director of Parks and Recreation, so I'll speak to a few elements, and then I think Joe will step in and speak to others. The Urban Park Ranger program was the Parks and Recreation team's #1 priority across the department. So we have 7 service areas, but the Ranger program has seen a positive benefit to all of them in the ability not just to support safety in our downtown area, but to protect water quality at the reservoir, to protect closures that protect some of the raptors that we have. We've had great success this year with the raptors at the Boulder Reservoir. So not having that program, I think, would have an impact across the department. Similarly, not having the public spaces team would have a significant impact on our downtown team. Prior to that team, that area had the most turnover of our park maintenance teams, and we've seen that stabilize a little bit now that they're able to focus on their core duties and maintenance work, and the cleanup team can do more.
Yeah, and so what I would add to that is I think earlier I mentioned the crew, and so if the entire SAMPS budget went away, all that team does is works with our police department and deals with cleanups around camping. They're not doing other utilities work. And so if the entire budget for that went away, I guess I'm not sure where the cleanups would occur. We have other positions in utilities open that we could make available to those staff members to do other things, but that's how I'm thinking about it, unless you wanted to leave some limited budget and would invite the city manager or others if I'm not thinking about this correctly, but that's how I see it.
I appreciate it, Joe, and I think you're right. I think this is a philosophical and a policy conversation, and I appreciate it. It is a choice, and if the SAMPS budget goes away, I want to be really clear that currently we don't have a budget to do that work. That is the budget that is intended to do the cleanups around the city. If there is a desire for that money to be reallocated for other purposes, and I understand the reasoning for that, we want to be really clear that we don't have additional monies that we will be able to then backfill for the work that is currently being done.
I just want to clarify again, it's not saying we would not be picking up after people. It would be, we've had community members write us in about this, about putting out more trash cans, doing more frequent pickup of those trash spaces. It's just kind of having the teams of people who are moving people around the city where they're needing to set up different encampments. That is sort of the idea. It's not this particular proposal for the money that I put in the slide here was really about finding cheaper ways to do the trash pickup than the really intense 8 to 10 person team that we have now. Yes. With trucks and vehicles and things like that too. Can we start encouraging people through the use of more trash cans, public restrooms, to not have such a messy place to begin with? So just want to clarify, and I get that it is a philosophical question, absolutely 100%. I just want to be very clear. I'm not saying we just leave trash there. Thank you.
And
okay.
I think I would just add to that, if there are more dumpsters or more bathrooms or things like that, there would still be costs with that we'd have to discuss.
Right. We get Matt and Mark, and then we can come back to Rachel.
Thanks, Aaron. I'm struggling with the I think we're maybe referencing trash and cleanup too ubiquitously. Trash cans I think are great, but we're not talking about a Snickers wrapper here, right? I mean, what we're talking about are the massive objects that get pulled into the downtown corridor and creek areas, like shopping carts and parts of furniture and office chairs. I mean, this stuff either ends up in the creek or is brought into some of these encampments, and without a large truck to haul this stuff away, trash cans and the such are just insufficient. So I appreciate some of the desire to want to create environments for some of that self-cleanliness to occur, but the bulk weight of the stuff that we're dealing with here is stuff that is not going to fit in trash cans and will just accumulate and continue to pile up unless we have a means of hauling that stuff out. So I'm not sure we're being really honest or clear about what this stuff is that is needing to be cleaned up. Having seen those trucks, this stuff doesn't fit in trash cans. It barely fits in dumpsters. So I'm trying to really understand what ending SAMPS would do, given the real stuff that's around these encampments that ends up needing to get cleaned up.
Thanks. And then Mark, and then I'm going to move towards this straw poll here, and Rachel.
Yeah, just very briefly, I understand the motivation, but I think this is tantamount to abandoning portions of our public lands from public use because they will become permanently blighted. And among the items that will be left behind are going to be needles, along with the larger items that Matt has specified. So this is a philosophical question, and I'm stating my philosophical opposition to moving away from the SAMS program. Thank you.
That's right. Rachel,
Maybe the piece that I'm missing is part of the proposal that we are not having a camping ban, that people can camp wherever. Like, is that? Because
I don't think that has to be it. It's rather than trying to kind of chase people around with these cleanup teams, it's really thinking about how are we incentivizing people to exist in a way that has less big stuff, right? I mean, people are able to get mattresses and things from somewhere to wherever they are, and they do that without a giant truck. So they ought to be able to kind of get things out of places too. And it's really just to try to shift. It doesn't have to be related to the camping ban. It's really just thinking about, is this continuing to invest more money into following people around with trucks to clean up after them, the most cost-effective approach to the issue that we're having. And I think there's a lot of research that tells us it's not. So.
Okay.
Okay, so I'll go ahead and call for the straw poll of who is interested in reallocating a large percentage or all of the SAMPS funding to other purposes. Show of hands. I've got 2. So looks like we don't have majority support for that, but just want to say I appreciate you all bringing the ideas forward for the discussion.
And I just want to say I think it's worthy of the philosophical conversation that is, frankly, a policy change, and so that somebody should ask for that discussion and vote, not on a budget night. I think would be worthy of it.
Okay, so that gets us through the changes that were. Yep. Go ahead.
I guess I feel like that's lumping both proposals together. I don't think that my proposal is a policy change. This program ran for a year with that funding. So I would just say that I think that there are significant needs, and it was an attempt to address some of those really significant needs. I think restroom access, like my office is downtown. We call the ambassadors basically only for human waste cleanup. Mm-hmm. And if there were public restroom facilities nearby, we wouldn't have to do that. So it's also.
I would like to avoid a long discussion over this, since we did just make a decision.
I agree. I think we did lump stuff in, and so I think that's worthy of a continued discussion, probably of adding. We're going to have another conversation at the end of the night, but that might tuck in nicely.
Okay, so this gets us through every council proposal. Did anyone have any additional thoughts? Nicole?
Yes, I'm just really hearing the need that we heard earlier about the struggles that people are having paying for housing. I heard the other night about a friend who ran into a woman at a gas station who's living in her car right now with her 12 and 13-year-old kids because they lost their housing. We're hearing from EFA that there is unprecedented need in our community, and that a little bit of money could prevent our homelessness problem from getting a lot worse in this next year. We've been hearing EFA beg for this support for a year now, frankly. And so, we found kind of $500,000 for potholes, and I'm wondering if we can find $500,000 for people.
Yeah. So I'll call on myself. So I would certainly would love to provide additional funding in this area as well. I mean, as we were saying before, the potholes was specifically from transportation funds, as dedicated transportation funds, and couldn't be used for non-transportation purposes. But what would be our options if we wanted to add that additional funding for that program?
Thanks, Mayor. I'll try not to give a super long answer, but I think our first response would be to say that we put together a recommended budget that we felt reflects community needs and balanced a number of needs across community. And so we know that the available funding does not meet the total need across community in a number of areas, including human services. So I would say we don't have a specific dollar number or place that you would be able to pull. Again, in the general fund, one-time dollars are a bit more flexible to an extent. But we would also point out in the general fund that the current numbers suppose a large repayment from the library district coming in 2024. And so, if those types of things don't become realized, we'd need to come back and find some solutions in 24. So a longer answer, but trying to get to the point where we feel like we've put together a good budget that reflects a lot of those needs. If it is something that council would like us to look at, we could come back with additional options. Last year we looked at additional arts funding during a first adjustment in the new year after we were able to look at any potential savings at year end in the fiscal year. So I think there may be some other options outside of the 2024 budget adoption, just because we're on the fly, and finding a $500,000 of additional general fund would be more difficult than the transportation fund discussion.
Okay, Matt, and then Tara.
So, I mean, I'm not suggesting a new policy at the moment, but this is an opportunity to maybe get creative, and I certainly support the effort to do so. And finding that money again at the 11th hour may be difficult, but the conversation that maybe we can have soon is, how do we think about our cash in lieu money? It's to build affordable housing, but is it also as important to think about keeping people in housing? And so maybe we have an opportunity to think about a policy shift coming up where we say we spend up no more than, say, 5% of our cash in lieu on programs to keep people in the very housing we have, many of which is already affordable. And so, again, I'm just throwing it out there. I don't think it solves tonight, but I'm thinking about how do we get creative with the pots of money we have that are in service of things that are commensurate with one another, building new housing, affordable housing for people, and how it equates to keeping people in that very same housing. So anyway, not to be distressed tonight, but just to pose out there, thinking about things differently or creatively to unlock pots of money that have similar outcomes in the aggregate.
All right, Tara first, actually. And then...
That's a great idea, Matt. I really like that idea. I do want to say, what about Mark? Julie did say that she is going to be, $500,000 short, but she can get some of it. So a part of me thinks remember, I said, why don't we give can we find $100,000 for the arts? So a part of me thinks like anything that we can find, I know you all laughed at me about $10,000, but that is meaningful to people. So anything that we can find, even if it's $100,000, is better than nothing. So
appreciate the question. Without having a chance to consult with Housing and Human Services staff, I think our preference would be to take the conversation offline and try to find potential solutions. We don't have one offhand. I think we'd want to look at what the proposed level of funding is for the organization in 24. We know that there is an increase specifically for the Keep Families Housed program, and again, reflecting really good programs and certainly not overall need. But we're happy to take that conversation offline. I know that's not an immediate solution, but not prepared for a specific.
That's fair. Yep. Rachel?
I love Matt's idea too. It kind of reminds me of the newer discussion where, we had this tax for eviction representation, but then we broadened it to, preventing people from even getting to that step with cash assistance basically for rent. So I like that. And I'm wondering how, could we maybe broaden that conversation a little bit to also cover, some of the stuff that Lauren's talking about as well, like the the toilets and things that people who, are living outside also have for basic needs. So I think there are a lot of housing related things that could be interesting to discuss there. So I'd be curious what staff might bring back. Good job, Matt. I love it.
So then what I might suggest is that we take Mark up on his offer to investigate what the options might be for some additional funding in this area. So maybe I can see straw poll. I see, Mark, you've got your hand up. Did you want to say something else before I get that straw poll?
Just very briefly, I would be very leery of treating our cash and lieu payments as some form of cash cow for purposes other than the creation of affordable housing. That's what they're intended for. We're doing a very good job overall, I think, of doing that. And it's a tempting thing to do, to skim from that flow of funds, but I would be very, very leery of doing so, despite the good intentions and good purposes underlying the suggestion.
And fair point, Mark. I don't think that's under discussion at this point. I think it's really more about what additional funding might be found, but fair point. That's right. So straw poll on asking staff to look at the potentials for adding some additional funding to this program. Got 6, 7. All right, so we'll look to your feedback next time. So, anything else? Good? Okay, so here's what I got. We have the, I'm sure you've been taking notes, but we have the 10,000 on the community connectors. We had the KJID, the ambassador thing, the pavement management direction, the underpass direction. How many of those, I think those are the changes, specific changes that we're asking for. How many, if any of those, require a modification to the motions that are in our packet?
Most of them do. The team, we have a situation room downstairs. They have final numbers. I just need to plug them into the proposed motion language. So I'll need like 2 minutes. So happy to do that in a recess, or if you just give me a moment.
How about we just give you a moment? I hate to do a recess and then it takes us 15 minutes to come back. So, Matt, you got a dad joke?
Of course I do. Come on now. All right. Hey, since we were talking about the budget tonight, did you hear about the person that made a lot of money investing in apples? It turns out they were insider trading.
Take a minute.
I'm regretting my decision to ask you.
Actually, I thought it was timely for the season as well. It's very autumnal.
That's a good word. Right. It's an SAT word, as they call it. Oh, and Alicia, process question. Do we need roll calls for first readings?
Yes.
We still do. So we'll need 4 separate motions and 4 roll calls. Okay.
I checked with Teresa earlier and she said yes.
Okay, thanks for clarifying.
Could we just start the discussion on the final matter? Well, Mark's crunching the numbers. We do have not a 5.
I guess, Mark, are you needing 1 minute or 8 minutes or?
I think we're good.
Oh my goodness, look at this. Amazing. Okay, who would like to start making some motions?
If you can read it. I can break that into 2 slides if that's helpful.
Rachel? Yeah, I think we kind of do.
I think you do.
Yeah, to get it on the record.
I'd like to make a motion to, am I doing this right?
Yeah, move.
I'd like to move to order published by title only ordinance 8595 adopting a budget for the city of Boulder, Colorado for the fiscal year commencing on the first day of January 2024 and ending on the last day of December 2024, setting forth related details. Do you want me to keep reading?
Yeah.
Yes? Yeah. With the addition of $500,000 for additional pavement management, yes, and $30,000 to support underpass lighting to the transportation fund for a total transportation budget of I'm sorry, I can't see it, 53,572,342, and the addition of $10,000 to support community connectors and residents in the general fund for a total general fund budget of $196,155,996 and a revised total budget of $600,388,078.
Second.
Thank you.
And, I'll just say, Terry, you don't need to visit your optometrist because you must be in good shape to be able to read that. So roll call vote, please, Alicia.
Yes, sir. Catching up with you guys. All right, we'll start the roll call vote for Ordinance 8595's first reading and introduction with Councilmember Benjamin.
Yes.
Mayor Brockett.
Yes.
Councilmember Folkerts.
Yes.
Friend.
Yes.
Joseph.
Yes.
Spear.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Wallach.
Yes.
Councilmember Weiner.
Yes.
And Yates.
Yes.
8595 is hereby introduced and approved.
Do you want to keep going, Tara?
Sure. Well, I'd like to make a motion to order published by title only Ordinance 8596 establishing the 2023 City of Boulder property tax mill levies which are to be collected by the County of Boulder, State of Colorado within the City of Boulder in 2024 for payment of expenditures by the City of Boulder, County of Boulder, State of Colorado, and setting forth related details.
Second. Vote, please.
Yes. Yes, sir. We'll start this vote for 8596 with you, Mayor Brockett.
Yes.
Councilmember Folkerts.
Yes.
Friend.
Yes.
Joseph.
Yes.
Spear.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Wallach.
Yes.
Councilmember Weiner.
Yes.
Yates.
Yes.
And Benjamin.
Yes.
8596 is hereby introduced and approved.
Somebody else want to take over? Terry, you want to keep going?
All right, well. I'd like to make a motion to order published by title only Ordinance 8597 appropriating money to defray expenses and liabilities of the City of Boulder, Colorado for the 2024 fiscal year of the City of Boulder commencing on the first day of January 2024 and ending on the last day of December 2024 and setting forth related details, and with the addition of $500,000 for additional pavement management and $30,000 to support underpass lighting to the Transportation Fund for a total transportation appropriation of $53,572,342, and the addition of $10,000 to support community connectors and residents in the general fund for a total general fund appropriation of $196 million. $196,155,996, and the revised total appropriation of $600,388,078.
Second. Vote, please, Alicia.
Yes, sir. We'll start the roll call for 8597 with Councilmember Folkerts.
Yes.
Friend.
Yes.
Joseph.
Yes.
Spear.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Wallach.
Yes.
Councilmember Weiner.
Yes.
Yates.
Yes.
Benjamin.
Yes.
And Mayor Brockett.
Yes.
8597 is hereby introduced and approved.
All right, Tara, wrap us up.
I'd like to make a motion to order published by the title only Ordinance 8598, amending Chapter 4-20 Fees, Boulder Revised Code 1981, and Sections 383 tax. Am I reading this right?
Yeah.
Tax imposed on non-residential and residential development. 891 Purpose and Legislative Intent. 892 Definitions, and 895 Capital Facility Impact Fee to be earmarked. Boulder Revised Code 1981, changing certain fees and setting forth related details.
Second. And actually, I'm going to speak to this because we had a conversation about fee. Allie, I'm just going to look over here at you. We had a conversation about fees earlier, and Nicole mentioned the possibility of investigating whether I think college students might be included in some of the discounts. So this is actually just maybe this is something that you all could think about between now and second reading and see if that's at all feasible or. would it have a big cost impact, or?
I think to do it appropriately, we would want your direction to do the feasibility. I think it would take more than a few hours.
Oh, okay.
So I guess we have a couple of options. We can make it so, or we can consider it with the next budget or with an adjustment to base or another way. I'd defer to you, Nuria, if you have a recommendation.
No, I appreciate that. I do think that it'll take more than 3 hours, so
Okay.
an out of 3 for more research, or an out of 5 to have us think about it on the work plan.
Nicole?
Can I just offer one sort of perspective for colleagues? In talking to some of the rowers, I think if the fees go up and they're not able to do it this year, that will end the rowing program for them being able to row here in Boulder. So I think it is not sort of a thing they can wait necessarily a year. Yeah, just offering that.
Okay, so this sounds a little bit separate then from what we're about to vote on. I was thinking it was kind of more tied to it.
Yeah. Can I clarify? Parks and
Yeah.
Recreation fees are not codified. They're set by city manager rules, so you have some time.
Oh, that's very helpful to understand. Thank you, because since we're doing fees.
Yeah.
Yeah, great. In which case, I'll come back to it. I withdraw the comment from this vote. And just ask for a vote, please, Elisha. And I'll make a comment about it, Nicole, here in a minute.
Yes, sir. The vote for 8598 introduction and approval will start with Councilmember Friend.
Yes.
Joseph?
Yes.
Spear?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Wallach?
Yes.
Councilmember Weiner?
Yes.
Yates?
Yes.
Benjamin?
Yes.
Mayor Brockett?
Yes.
And Councilmember Folkerts.
Yes.
Ordinance 8598 is hereby introduced and approved.
Fantastic. Before we say nice things, I just need a motion to extend the meeting because we're about to go past 10:30.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor, show your hands. All right, approved. So now, all that's done. Oh my goodness, amazing work. You all are phenomenal. The depth of detail and the quality of analysis is just extraordinary. So I just have to thank all the directors and all the budget staff and finance staff. Y'all are amazing.
That situation room downstairs is just rocking it, so thank you.
Right? Yeah, whoever came up with all those numbers, that was impressive. Nicole.
Yeah, sorry, I'd wanted to say this when we were making the motions, but I'll just say it now instead. I just want to sort of acknowledge what a trolley problem we're in. For those who don't know, the trolley problem, philosophical debate, right? You have to decide what you're doing, save 5 people or save 1 person. There really seem to be no good choices for a lot of the choices we're having to make right now, and people are going to suffer no matter what we do. So choosing to do one thing is always a choice to not do something else. And there is so much good in this budget. The new process we're moving toward is exactly the right one we need to be moving toward. It's a good one. And while it's hard to approve these impossible choices, as we have to do, I know it's a lot harder to create them. And so I just really want to thank staff for all the work that goes into this, and not just the sort of time you spend with spreadsheets and meetings and things like that, but the hard emotional work of having to make these decisions. It's rough, and I can't imagine. And thank you for what you do to keep our city going.
Well said. All right.
Thank
Well,
you.
enjoy the rest of what's left of your evening. All right. We got one more thing, which is a matter from Mayor, Member of Council.
Thank you, sir. It's item number 8A on tonight's agenda. As noted, matters from the mayor and members of council. 8A is the Not of 5 for safe outdoor spaces.
Very good. So this is coming out of our discussion. We asked for direction from council about whether there was an interest in moving forward with this idea. There was a majority of council that was interested in giving that direction. And so in order for the city staff to do the work to then, analyze exactly what this is going to take and come up with the next steps and budget and things like that, we would need a formal Not of 5. So we already had the discussion a week ago, and the question is whether we can do a Not of 5 to formalize that. Rachel, then Bob.
It sounded like staff and some colleagues wanted some more concrete exact verbiage maybe that we would be voting on. So I might propose that it doesn't have to be what I say, but I'm just going to put this out as a starting thing. We propose a pilot. Sorry, Matt, but I'm going to say a pilot for a 25 person safe outdoor space sanctioned encampment in the city of Boulder. I think that as part of this pilot, and I would also say that would be at the bronze level, not like, I don't think we need to go for the gold, platinum, whatever the highest level is, version of an SOS for this pilot, because the goal would be to do it fairly quickly so that we can start getting data from the success and probably save some people from either being physically harmed or maybe even dying who are living outside. So my proposal is to take Matt's suggestion to use the savings that we had from operations from the Day Services Center and Shelter from 2023 and stand up a 25-person pilot. I think also within that money, given that scale and bronze level, we could also fold in what Lauren was looking for, which is some additional, and Nicole, I think they were aspects of both of yours, with some additional, what were they called, Portland loos? Portland loos and trashes in remaining areas. So that would be my proposal for an out of 5.
Second. Bob,
Rachel, do you mind if I add to that a little bit, just with some specificity, if you don't mind?
I was trying to be specific, but let's hear what you got.
Yeah, no, just more, just to add, just again to give that detailed focus, if you to staff, since I wasn't present at last week's meeting. What I'd add to this is 25 sounds great. Basic infrastructure, portable showers. We know I did a rough costing out of this infrastructure, which you can buy easily. If there's inventory out there, even a place in Colorado that offers that stuff, mobile bathrooms, outdoor, indoor cooking, those sorts of things. We can do that within the confines of $800,000. To Rachel's point, it can be that bronze level. It doesn't have to be a Cadillac right off the bat. We can evolve to get there. And to belay some other concerns, who are the individuals we're serving here? Well, it's not the high system utilizers we're referring to. These are the people that maybe Judge Kahn was referring to, who are more or less higher functioning. They're just caught up in the municipal court system because they don't have a home and they're sleeping on the streets. And so to get them in that stability where they can then stabilize job and then get that housing, get that voucher is really key. So I think we can do that. What I would really do is model the 1220 River Street safe transitional sleeping or transitional camping program that Santa Cruz has. That's low-hanging fruit, it's low operational costs, and it's having great results in not just getting people exited out of homelessness, but more importantly, solving the other side of this equation. Housing solves homelessness, sheltering solves our sleeping problem. And so I think that's what's key there. So look no further. We can connect staff with the folks at Santa Cruz that Mayor Brockett and I have been talking to, but we don't need to boulderize this and overthink it, reinvent the wheel. Let's copy what works, get that started, then tweak to meet our needs as they evolve in that place. So let's keep it simple and get that ball rolling. So that's what I would just add to what Rachel was bringing up.
I got Bob, Mark, Tara.
I really had two things, and Matt and Rachel have addressed the first one because I was looking for more specificity, so thank you for that. And my second thing is a really question for Nuria. Nuria, if there's a positive vote on this tonight, what happens next?
I think for us, what happens next, we have then received direction. We will turn to staff and have them do what we do with other work plan items, to scope it out appropriately. I actually appreciate the specificity because now we actually know what that looks like, and we will come to you with cost. I appreciate Matt's comments about Santa Cruz. I think our temperatures are slightly different, but it doesn't mean we don't talk to them and we think about it. And we bring you options. I don't know how quickly we can bring you options, but because staff isn't here to support that, but we will get that to you. And if this passes, we will have to think of a financial plan. We will have to think of a location. We will have to think about what of that, wherever the location is, what infrastructure needs there are to bring mobile bathrooms, mobile showers, I presume, and this is again good direction, whether or not how much service you would want in your bronze plan, because all of those cost money. So we would need to come back with a financial and implementation plan for you.
Yeah.
Mark, I see your hand. Can I colloquy on just a process question that's just referencing something I heard from Mark Wolf when he and I talked? Because this would be reallocating dedicated ARPA funds, do we need to have a separate process from which we are voting to reallocate that money to a different investment? My only concern is if we don't, at some point we have to, I think, formalize, not just lifting up SOS, but formalize the reinvestment of the ARPA funds before they technically expire at the end of the year, and then go sit in fund balance until the first ATB, to which we could then either commit them or reallocate them. So I just want to clarify on another, if there is perhaps another step on process in order to liberate the funds and keep this going versus have to address this yet again in a few weeks.
Happy to just quickly clarify that Matt's correct, that any unused funds do go to fund balance at the end of the year. For Day Services Center, that is not ARPA funds, those are general funds, so they would go to general fund balance. We could handle this through the analysis, through the financial plan, come back with a recommendation, whether that would be an adjustment yet this year or early next year, depending on staff's analysis.
Okay, thanks for clarifying. I got Mark, and then can I go Mark and Tara? Or did you have something real immediate? Okay, Mark, and then Tara.
Matt, are you suggesting that a requirement for occupancy in this facility will be being sober, that it's going to be restricted to non-high utilizers, and basically people who simply have lost their homes for, unfortunate economic reasons? I mean, is that going to be a requirement, or is that simply a suggestion?
I would defer to our experts in HHS and who are our outreach teams as to who would best be served by this program, given the level of service that this transitional housing site would offer. So I don't want to predetermine that now, based on what again we've heard from Judge Kahn. There's a number of people who are not deeply in drug use or and or in other states of having crippling behavioral and other mental health issues, but are simply just needing a place to transition. And that's where this would sort of be that sort of phase one approach. And as you get more hands-on, the cost skyrockets exponentially, as we've heard and we know. So this is that first order. So I don't want to predetermine that, but I would say that it would probably have some level of sobriety based on the level of service that we probably could only attain in this early iteration of it. But I would defer to HHS to determine ultimately how best to operate that.
Yeah, so TBD.
Thank you.
Tara.
So,
got to speak into them.
So many mics to choose from. What if it costs more than what we have left over? Are you going to then just do fewer people, or what are your thoughts on that? I mean, sorry to play the devil's advocate, but it seems to me like how can it possibly cost what was it, 800,000, or was it less?
Can I just say, I mean, that would be, you'd come back to us with that, right?
So if we said, yeah, look into it, and then it costs $1.5 million, can I then say no? Or am I promised to say yes to this thing?
Council always has discretion to, go in a different direction. Yeah, Lauren? And, no, actually, I had Rachel ahead of you, if you don't mind.
Well, that's okay. She hasn't gone yet.
All right.
I guess related to Tara's question, I've also been wondering about safe outdoor parking. And so I wonder sort of if I don't want to expand the scope too much, but depending on what staff finds, I feel like that might also be an appropriate thing to look into.
So let me say this, let me suggest this. I get the and, right? And that is always an interesting proposition. It depends on what council would like us to do, but what I'm hearing perhaps is staff, please come back to us as quickly as you can with the financial plan and the details of what this would entail so that you can take a vote on it. And if there is an opportunity to also bring back what that looks like, and maybe it's a separate conversation and a vote from you all. If that includes safe outdoor spacing, then you should let us know. But I assume that you don't want us to hold up coming back to you with whatever the initial request is, which right now is safe outdoor camping, to finish the and. Is that accurate?
Great. Rachel?
So that was one of the things I was going to bring up is, can that be tacked on also as part of the pilot? Like, I doubt it's that much more money to have 5 parking spots wherever we're doing this, so I'd be curious, or we could come back as an and for that. Also, I would just say super gently and diplomatically that we did ask for scoping for this in like February or March, and we were told recently that staff had already identified spots and priced it out and stuff. So I do think that much of this has been scoped, and I would hope it could come back on a pretty tight turnaround. To Mark's question, I would be very leery of anything that compels sobriety or puts up barriers. Like that is, this is what?
Oh, we just said it would be TBD, so we're not
TBD.
deciding
Well,
on that
but I guess I would be bummed if staff came back and said that this was a sober living environment. I think that generally these are successful when residents of the spaces make rules and community expectations, and if we overlay ours on that might make it not successful. So TBD, but I think we should go with what has been historically worked, and that is in keeping, I think, with Housing First, which we're kind of considering this. We can't quite get what we need out of Housing First, and that is it's supposed to be a pretty low to no barrier aspect of it.
Okay. Bob?
Yeah, 2 things. One, just following up on Rachel's comment there. I guess one question, which we're not going to answer tonight, but presumably staff would come back with is if you're talking about 25 spaces, is it first come, first serve? In other words, how do we determine who gets, if there's 50 people show up on the first day, how do we decide who gets what? And that's not a question we're going to decide tonight, but I just want to make sure that that's teed up as part of staff's analysis. The second is what's the exit? In other words, the proposal is to rededicate some money that won't be spent this year on the day shelter. We're still going to do the day shelters, so we'll be really, really clear about that. Yeah. But there's money that won't be spent on the day shelter this year, and I think the proposal is to take some of that unspent money and dedicate it to this proposal, which I understand. I'm going to vote against it, but I understand what you're doing there. But that money will then be, to Tara's point, that whether it's $800,000 or $1.5 million or some other number, that money will then run out. Do we close the camp at that point in time? Is that your proposal, or what are you thinking there?
I am calling it a pilot. So my hope is that it would be successful, and perhaps there would be less expenditures elsewhere in the system because people are, getting what they need in terms of stability, of a nature. And I think in Santa Cruz, I'm told that they have something like a 6-month cap on how long, 6 or 9 months or something, how long people can stay. So it's a series of people getting stabilized and then getting into the other aspects of Housing First. I can't answer where the budget will come from next year because I don't think we know what it's going to cost and how successful it'll be.
And what's the metric? Because usually when we have a pilot, we have a metric for success. We want to see what's the metric for success. Is it fewer people in unsanctioned camping?
I would think it's again. I think this is probably TBD, but one that I would be looking for is, are people transitioning to successful housing placements out of these encampments at probably at a higher rate than people. We already have the by name. We know that a lot of people are not getting off the streets right now. So are we getting a higher percentage that are getting placed into successful housing situations?
We have that now. So you're talking about incremental to what we do right now.
I'm talking about better outcomes probably for these folks.
Than we do right now.
And I think it depends on how you set it up, but we were told at the spot in Denver that they were having higher success with people that they had placed.
Yeah, okay, because I think we heard a long list of successes from Kurt last week, so I just want to be clear that the metric would be better than what we're doing right now, right? Okay, thanks.
Yep. Okay, great. And then I'm going to call on myself just with a friendly amendment to say, approximately 25? Because like if we had a site that supported 30 and, you know, it was affordable, like maybe it's 30 or 28 but just approximately 25, is that right?
I don't think I'm the end all be all here. I've heard that there are some kind of magic numbers of what can be too big for a place to succeed. So whatever the data shows is works best.
Just to say it's not the absolute hard
I think
and
we
final
take the
number.
direction.
Yeah, okay, great. With that, yes, Nicole.
Just want to be crystal clear. So what we are about to do an out of 5 on is for staff to look into a proposal that would include numbers, would include outcomes, would include things like that, and bring it back at some point when that's done and ready, right?
Yes, and I think that we will bring back perhaps information that speaks to the types of services. And in order to get good outcomes, it has to include some kind of outreach and services. It's what helps with exits is shelter plus services. That's just the magic formula. And so that may not come in a bronze level. And so we'll see what that looks like as we move forward, but we want to give you the options and what the cost is without having to create something that is the Cadillac version.
Okay. And I would just kind of second Lauren's point about the idea of, as we can, thinking about safe parking, because I know that was one of the things that Hab and HRC had recommended a couple of years ago.
And what I took from that perhaps is that at the same site, if there is space availability, perhaps that may be a quicker way in which to achieve that. But
one of the things that I've seen in other places and that I understand there might be some capacity for in our community is the city supporting private property owners who are interested in providing that. And so it might not be fully run by the city, but instead just providing either a level of support, financial or staff-wise, to help facilitate that.
Understood.
So now, can I go to the... No. Okay, go ahead.
So I think I will be in favor of moving forward with thinking about this a little bit, but I also feel like it's a little bit futile. Like I feel like staff is going to go forward and figure this out, and we'll find out it costs a lot of money, and we will work with our constrained budget again, and we'll kind of be back in a place where we're not really going to move this forward. So just sort of want to name that. It's a little bit of a place of discomfort, not really having a lot of faith in whoever the next council is, whichever of us are there, that this will be something that will be prioritized. But I'm willing to figure out what the numbers are.
Thanks for that, Nicole. And I'll just throw in a quick comment of my own that I've been interested in moving this concept forward for a long time. And so I'm glad we're taking this step tonight, or hopefully taking this step tonight. We'll see how the vote goes. So I think it's a potentially really valuable additional service that we can offer in our community for people experiencing homelessness. Yes.
One question, is Junie still here? Because I know she has been
Junie's
pretty passionate about it too. Okay.
Junie is still here. Okay, so now I will call for a nod. How many people are interested in nodding? Show of hands. Let's see. We got. Let's see, Ginny, are you available to pop up and raise your hand or not?
I want to agree with Nicole on this. I'm with Nicole on this.
Okay. Well, we got a majority, but Ginny hasn't weighed in, but. That is a nod of more than 5. So, Nuri, you have what you need?
I do. Thank you very much. We will get with the team, and we will see how quickly we can come to you again and fit it into the schedule, knowing that we may have to bump something out, and I know that's an okay thing. We'll bring that to CAC.
Very good. Matt?
I just wanted to flag, I have another matter to bring up real quickly for everybody if we're ready to transition.
Yes, as long as it's quick.
It is. It's just more of an FYI to our council colleagues and staff. I've been asked to be the chair of the Colorado Municipal League's Policy Committee, and that extends from October through March of next year, the legislative session. And so I just wanted to just draw attention. One, it's an opportunity that Boulder, I don't think, has ever had to sort of be in that position at CML to drive policy in the legislative session in that sense, and sort of work with all of our municipal colleagues across the state. But also it does create a situation where at the pleasure of council, I've been serving on this community and hope to do so, but being chair would also necessitate carrying over into another term. And so hopefully the next council will be favorable and allow me to sort of complete my term as chair and serve yet another year on the policy committee for CML.
Thanks for that, Matt, and congratulations. That's exciting news. Rachel?
Yeah, congrats, Matt. Good job. I just wanted to draw attention to something that I don't believe I'll be here for, but I had asked for us to have a conversation on bike safety and named like 6 different concerns I had, and we got an information packet tonight that I don't think really replaces the need for the conversation. A number of my concerns I don't think are addressed by what we got tonight, and that's not a criticism, just that I think it requires an out loud conversation because we have a lot more e-bikes on paths, and there's just a lot more potential conflicts right now, and I don't know how the community feels about it, but I know we hear a lot about concerns, and I think we need to have the conversation. So I don't know what to do with that, but I'm going to name that one too.
Let's just have 2 meetings a week.
I would say I defer to CAC on this, right? It's certainly something that was placed on there. I think there was a conversation that we could maybe try an IP because we had such a packed calendar. We continue to have a very packed calendar, but it is we as staff defer to the will of CAC.
And I'm not saying this, I need to be at this ribbon cutting, but that I think it's a conversation you all probably, that the community is I think, interested in us having.
Thanks for that, Rachel. All right, any other final thoughts? Seeing none, I will gavel us closed at 10:51 p.m. Thanks, everybody, for a productive meeting.
Protecting you?
For a productive meeting.
Oh, I was like, wow, what were you
Did
in
somebody
danger?
protect me from something? Was there must be our police sergeant?